Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'll be joined by Alex Skoric, who will make a special presentation today. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for November 21st, 2021. We call it the North American team. I'm as well joined by co-host Elias, Jalal, oh, sorry about that. I don't know who muted me. I don't know what you heard or what you didn't heard, but this is November 21st, and it is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English. My mic, somebody had muted. It said the host asked you to mute, but I'm the host. So I could have inadvertently muted myself. It's a wonderful time around the Kesh Foundation, although a very sobering and serious time, as we'll hear. We're going to play about 22 minutes of Mr. Kesh's recommendations to us and maybe some of our shortcomings, which we should have been up to speed already. And I think it has to do with understanding the totality and being able to do this transmutation and putting the soul of physicality and hiding it within the soul of the man. Although, as I said earlier, the Universal Council has the power and the ability, using the spirit of the soul, of the emotion of the Universal Council, to basically put an end to this entire travesty that's been happening on this planet. I don't know if anyone has any initial thoughts, if they'd like to open up with anything here. We're going to go into the 407 workshop. We're going to hear from Mr. Kesh directly some of his recommendations for the knowledge seekers and all of humanity, actually. And then, of course, we'll go into the spraying, which is not going to stop. We will continue the spraying, but we're going to add another layer. And this is the uniting of the souls, so that no one can basically touch the collective essence of the soul of humanity, as I understand it. And of course, we all take from this knowledge different parts and different understandings, depending on our level of absorption or intellect, perhaps. So would anyone like to make any opening statements about what's been going through your mind or your thoughts since Thursday, let's say? I always say Wednesday is a great day because the next day, Thursday, we have a new workshop every week. And as we can see, Mr. Kesh continues to press us to go further within ourselves and the abilities that we have, but we don't always use, or we don't even know, some of us, that we have some of these capabilities. But I think this is what he means by man is on the verge of understanding the totality. And this whole operation that we're all facing right now is part of this, to bring these abilities forward. So we can go right into it if no one has anything they'd like to open with or any statements they'd like to make. concerning our predicament. And Mr. Kesh has given us an out. Go ahead, Gail.
Hi there. Yeah, I actually ended up, I was listening to Mark Knopfler's music, and it was so powerful. I found myself asking the souls to connect, and it just felt incredible, but I'm not really sure exactly what I'm supposed to do. But, you know, I tried hands above the head and using that free plasma, et cetera. So I just wonder if we could pay attention to hear if there is any more clarity on exactly what we're supposed to do.
I know we're going to review the question Claudia asked about where was the soul located. And Mr.
Yes.
Kesh goes into some of that there. So we'll understand a little bit more about expanding and contracting of the two souls together. And of course, this is the ability he wants us to be able to go back and forth. And that way, nothing can touch the physicality, even though the physicality may be damaged, as he used the example of the cliff. And of course, we know Jesus in the tomb had the same example with Mary, where she didn't recognize him. He transmuted in a few days or less. He came back as looking slightly different. But again, as Mr. Kesh said, with the families, you'll be telling some stories, and then they'll know it's you, even though you left with brown hair and brown eyes, you returned with blonde hair and blue eyes, because that's how you always wanted to look. So I think we should go right into it. It's very serious, very sobering issues, and we're all facing it, apparently. But we do have the Universal Council and their beautiful wishes and their beautiful emotions to avert the crisis in its totality. So I think it can go either way, and we want to be prepared for whatever are the eventual outcomes of what we're seeing here. Anyone else? Thank you, Gail. More? Gail, is there more? I see your mic is still open.
I'm sorry, I was pouring something on my plate.
Okay, I can close it for you, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go right to the 407. And again, I've pulled up a few clips in a slight bit of a hurry, but hopefully we can find what we're looking for. I'd like to just play something from the ads if we can. Of course, the store is being popularized by many, many special products, from fungus enhancement to flight enhancement to many other products. We have different cups and so on. Let's see an example of some of these items that are in the store. And of course, more are being added by the week or every few weeks. New systems seem to be produced. Mr. Kesh feels very at home in the lab, and also when he feels peace and calmness, he's able to do more in work as far as releasing gifts to humanity, which I would consider all of these technologies gifts to humanity. So let's go right into that. Hopefully it starts here. We'll just hear a little bit of the store from 407.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. Creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
Okay, so those are some products, and there's many, many more in the store. Very unique products, from GANs that you can add to paint, to fungus abatement, to sweet cups and pressure cups and flower cups, and many, many other products as paint pens and paint pads and so on and so forth. So please buy your Christmas presents through the store. I know the shelves they've been warning us may be quite bare this Christmas, but according to Mr. Keshe, the store is fully stocked and all the products are available for everyone. So place your orders. It may be a little bit cumbersome, but that'll get worked out. And like I said, you'll really be elevating the souls, perhaps, of another person that's looking for relief, and not just a box of chocolates or some other small little presents that we all seem to buy. So pay attention to the store and the products and see how it can possibly relate and introduce someone to a new dimension and a new technology that may make them feel that they can actually be their own doctors in many instances, as we know. I see there was a message from the Universal Council. Would they have a message to share? I'm going to play about 22 minutes from the 407. Would you like to deliver that after this or before? We defer to the Universal Council's wishes.
After is good.
Very
Thank
well. Very well. Okay, let me see if I can pull this clip up. Give me a moment. Now, again, it's very sobering, and it's not always what we hear from Mr. Keshe, but it almost sounds like that old saying, either fish or cut bait, one or the other. So again, it's up to all of us, but we have been given the keys as how to approach this, the seemingly worldwide affliction that we're all somehow interfacing with or hearing about on a regular basis. So let's hear a little bit more. We're going to go up to about 40 minutes, I believe, right around in that area. And then we'll invite the Universal Council to take the platform if they would. So thank you, UC.
Time which is here, many of you have faced or facing with a position of, shall I take or shall I not take, and what would it do to me, and what I have to do. In a way, when you accept these new, what I call cycle of control, you are faced with one thing. You ever been on a death row by injection? That's the position of man. In a way, the new cycle is putting you on the table with yourself. Do I accept the injection and take the consequences of death, sitting on what I call a death row? This is what you have to understand, how fast you can move from the dimension of physicality and dimension of the soul, that no physical injection can harm the man. How fast you can see and read the understanding of the thoughts of the others, that you can be safe in respect to your own life. Many knowledge seekers asked me in the past few months, what shall we do? In a way, I cannot tell you what to do as you're sitting on a death row. This is the total reality of it. It all depends when the saturation gets to the point, when your body cannot respond. And then, in that point, like many of you who've been through the motion and emotion of the cancer, you judge your life. What have I achieved? What have I done? What is my, what I call legacy? Nowadays, and what we see is about to come, enforcing these, what I call body structure changes, will make you think. But we have to understand what is behind it. This is why we said we took the love of God from Rothschild. Every one of them will die in the most painful way the man can do. They'll become a name in the history in a very short time, as they took the wrong path, as they went the wrong way. This was not supposed to be the knowledge, and whatever was given was supposed to be for the benefit of mankind. Don't forget, when we took the love of God from the tribe of Moses, because of what they did to Christ, they became nomads. They lost their home, and they spread around the world, and everywhere they became the curse of humanity. Maybe now you understand what it's about, what is to come. In a way, with this position at the time, in the time of man, we make you think. We make you to understand, do I want to be, and what will be of me? Do I want to move in the dimension of the soul, or do I stay in the dimension of physicality? How many of you will elevate to that position the coming time? How many of you will come to understand the strength of your soul you'll come to see? We create with the love of man. We create with the creation of the love of man. And in so many ways, the love of man has become part of its own demise for loving so much with tangibility and physicality of the man. Maybe today I open a door for you to see what is to come. Not for humanity, but for yourself. How you assess the life to be. How you assess, I want to be. I take the job, but would I sit and wait? Nothing happens, or it'll be my demise. As I said to one of the politicians and diplomats very recently, we are all on the execution table of injection, the way it used to be done on the death row in America. With the difference that the leaders have exempt themselves from to be part of it. All the rules and regulations you see done for you to safeguard you is not applicable to the world leaders. We have come to understand in past few days that the governors and the governments and the leaders are exempt from injection. Why? This is part of the structure of life. And if it is so, how could they survive without it, where the others have to have it? This brings you to understanding in a deeper way that we will face the same dilemma in the depth of a space. We will have this on our table in a coming time. We will have to make these decisions in the depth of space. Shall I go out? And the packages of the energies are above my strength of my soul, or the strength of my physicality, or the strength of my soul of physicality. How would I handle it? How do I deal with it? Am I taking that a step? In understanding this, it makes you conscious to understand your soul. The way I look at it is that the position that more or less all of us on this planet are facing today is the time to bring collectively humanity to a new level of understanding. To bring man collectively to decide and to assess what is the future of our race. What is and how we're going to do. To what extent? What will be the outcome of all this mayhem we see? Or are we going through a cycle that we are embedded with the dimension of the knowledge that they will decide when to switch on and how to switch off? We have one way to think, and that way is for all of us as a human race to start to understand the dimension of the soul, the interaction of the soul, how we achieve that level, and how to interact and trigger the phase of understanding of the motion of the souls of the man. Don't forget, in the teachings of the past, we have talked about this very clearly, where you take the soul of physicality within the soul of the man, and when the danger is over, you can release it back to become part of the new situation and the place. What happens if you're about to fall off a cliff, and then you change your dimension of the soul, and that light then will land on the same cliff? Then what happened? You reverse the time, and would you be any different than the body which was free falling off the cliff? In a way, when you jumped, you had brown eyes and black hair, and when you come back, would you still be the same, or would it be the wishes that you wanted always to have blue eyes and be blonde? Which one will take over? Which dimension will appear in front of you? Would your loved ones which fall watch you to go down, seeing you going down as a black hair and blue but brown eyes, appear with a blonde hair and blue eyes, but you still speak the memories of what you had? Would they recognize you? Would they accept you? And then it'll come to the point to understand mankind is at the verge of understanding the totality of the creation. Mankind is at the verge to understand about his own creation. And this is part of the teaching. This is part of trying to understand part of it. Go back and listen to the American teaching of last week with Alex. Unknowingly, he has touched very soft, but to something fundamental, which we've been trying to teach you, but you do not hear. Go back and understand what you have missed in past teachings that you have not managed up to now to achieve to interact with your soul. Go back to the teachings of the past 2 years and understand more in what you have missed to understand the totality of the knowledge. Sentimentality does not pay nowadays. You have to be realistic. You have to understand in totality, if I can do, if I can convert, if I can go within my soul to become the dimension, can I teach it to my child? Can I teach it to my lover? Can I teach it to my father and brother? But the brother is the totality of human race. In a way, we are going back. We are teaching you to go back to the time of Solomon. Don't talk, listen and understand. It's not your job to change the others. You're there available if they need to take that change. As I said, execution by lethal injection has been the tradition which we have seen in the United States and even in some of the states today, I believe is still carried out. Have we all become the criminals? Or our crime has been that we have not understood the essence of the creation of our soul, and this is the payback time. Where we had to mature and we missed it, where we had to understand that no injection can touch us, where we can convert from the soul of physicality into the soul of the man and appear again. Then, whatever rumors is this does this and does that, and it kills this way and that kills that way, that's how the guy dies on the injection table by the execution in a prison. We don't need to analyze it, because even the man there, if he understands and elevates his soul, the injection of the poisons given to him to execute him by enlightening his soul would have no effect on him. Because he's enlightened, because he has understood the ways of his misconduct, and he'll walk off that table as a new man. Would this be the response of the humanity after the mayhem we are going through? Would it be the time that man will elevate himself to understand? Would it be that we needed this to create a new cycle of people who understand the totality of the creation? When you're on that bed, everything goes through the head, even the soul of the man. The reality with many of you in the physical dimension is that the life has become more physical and more physical. As you see on the screen, we are developing more and more technologies for you to see that blue light, to see that light of life through the what I call these systems, to enlighten your soul, to bring you a new dimension, to understand the reality about the creation, where the physicality will have no meaning unless you give it the meaning. The touch of love, the touch of loving a child or a partner, the touch of understanding the smell and the beauty of a flower or an animal. The new systems are there to bring that emotion, that understanding, that what I call the end, the light, the way we most of us see ourselves at the position of death. Do we need to die? Do we need to be afraid of what this and that does to us? Or do we go through a new process of creation? I have taught you many systems. Now I talk to enlighten for you to find a system in your own structure of creation, a connection, maybe what we call interface or adapter between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, that you become not afraid of any packages of energy or anything that enter your body at a time. so many ways, we are mixing too many things without separating too many things. We are creating too many conditions without actually understanding the condition which we have created for ourselves. We're becoming more physical than what we are asking for, literally, is to go back to the time of Solomon, to go back before him and go back to the time of Mitra and Zoroaster, go back to the time of the Creator and understanding of the totality. The word, I made man in the image of myself, is not only in the dimension of the light, but is in the dimension of enlightenment too. It's us who has to find that in the dimension of physicality and in the dimension of understanding the light. We are not part of something which has no meaning, and we are not there just to be there. We are part of the process. We are the hinges of connecting one part to the other. At the same time, we are one and the other. As we interact, we interconnect, and we become part of the structure. Maybe in the coming time, maybe in understanding the totality with the introduction of the new knowledge, new ways, new tools we can show you to become better drivers of your soul. Better interactor between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. They asked the Creator a question: are you perfect? He said, how can I be perfect when I cannot, when I see I create imperfection in my creatures and created? In so many paths taken to create always the perfection has become even a pain to the Creator. What can you do if you understand, even your Creator understand the limitation of dimensions of existence? Mankind soon will come to understand the answer to the question, are you perfect? And even one is perfect, one created what by him has to be perfect, to be continuous, to be the cycle of the creation in totality. We have never spoken in the voice and the language of the Creator, but soon you all hear that, as you have heard in the past times. It's for you to understand the totality. It's for you to understand the totality of the creation in the dimension of man's soul as itself, it's part of cycle of the regeneration and interaction of the fields of the universe. It's not that our soul will stay just because we died. Our soul has a lifespan, and in that lifespan has to decide where it wants to be part of and what it wants to be part of. Mankind has reached a point of decision making, and in a way, before it was them, now is all. With what we see and what is on and what is to come, how much more humanity will go the path of physicality. We took the love of God from Rothschilds because of their misconduct. We took the love of God from Jews, and out of them became a misconduct of Rothschilds. And for this, we abolish both at the same time. What this means, it means mankind has been put to a test, not to fail, but to more understand the cycle of the generation of the soul and the interaction of the soul of physicality by totality put together in one dimension. The purpose of the cycle and the pains you go through in this part of the life of this planet is to unify the soul of the man as one. As you all at the same time has come to suffer through the hand of the man. When it was an earthquake, he was somewhere there. When it was a hurricane, it was somewhere there. It had nothing to do with me. It was just piece of news. Now the hurricane is hitting all of us. And this hurricane is not who's going to come out of it well and who does not. In fact, is for the man to unite collectively in that hurricane, to hold hand, to become one, to be able to stand till this hurricane is over. Mankind will not do it in the dimension of the physicality, but mankind can do it through the dimension of the interaction and what we call hold on to through the souls. This is what we call upon the knowledge seekers, to understand and to start acting upon it. We ask.
Okay, I think that's the end of the first clip. Quite sobering. I thought these systems were going to allow us to practice this separation. I remember in 305, 304, he said that he could set these systems so we could practice the separation and what it would be like. So when it actually happened, or we'd know how to do it, we wouldn't be scared. And we have already done it a number of times, and we've experienced it. But now with the peace negotiations and everything else, again, we're not probably going to be able to practice at this time. But I think the universal, and he said, I'm not telling you this to fail. So it's apparently on all of us to start this interaction or to practice this interaction in a certain way. And perhaps the Universal Council would like to come in here and share with us what their thoughts are. I know in the spraying part, we will go into Mr. Kesh mentioning that there's another layer he'd like to add on to our work. But the Universal Council, we have several members here from the Universal Council, and perhaps they'd like to share or give us some guidance at this point.
Yes. Hello, this is Marie. I'm a Universal Council member for the Norwegian language. And I want to tell what we are thinking. We didn't have a Universal Council meeting yet because that's tomorrow. But we had the soul teaching on Thursday after Mr. Kesh's teaching. And we had many discussions there. We listened to this part that you were playing. And it's very interesting to have a discussion on the teachings from Mr. Kesh, because we are picking up different parts of the knowledge. So when we discuss, we are kind of learning from each other. So we are all kind of picking up different parts of the knowledge. And in this meeting, we discussed what we need to do. And we listened to this teaching and parts of it, especially this message from Mr. Kesh that you played. And we analyzed it collectively. And the question is, what do Mr. Kesh wants us to do? And one of the knowledge seekers in this soul teaching said that there are no more wishing, but we need to do. And Mr. Kesh calls it decision making. And as a start here, he talked about Jesus and the story of the Jesus and the cliff, and where Jesus kind of used his soul to recreate his physicality. And as we know, as knowledge seekers, we are now on the level of the prophets, or this knowledge that we learn is on the level of the prophets. So we should also be able to do this, to kind of recreate our physicality. And he also speaks about Solomon. Me personally, I never heard about this prophet ever before Thursday. And he's a very interesting character. He communicated with the animals, and in a way, that's probably all other souls. And his army was his followers, which he never asked for. He never asked for an army, but there was his followers, and the followers were not only humans, but animals and all other souls. And he also talked about that the creator is the creator perfect. And he said that the creator created imperfection, as it's kind of shown in planet Earth with what is going on here on Earth. And he also says that we will soon hear the voice of the creator. And I think he said that also, Mr. Kesh said that we have already heard the voice of the creator, but we will hear it much more in the future. And this is kind of a call to action, what he's talking about. And in a way, we will dictate that we as a collective soul of knowledge seekers, so we have to unify the souls of all the knowledge seekers to give freely from our soul to all souls of physicality, I think, of humanity, to protect the soul of physicality. So, or let me do it again. We will dictate that we as a collective soul of knowledge seekers give freely from our soul to the souls of all of humanity to protect the soul of physicality. So the physicality of no human will be harmed in any way by all this misconduct that is going on in the world today. And in this, so it's kind of a, we are not wishing, we are dictating. And this is not only the Universal Council, it's not a call for only the Council, it's for all knowledge seekers and everyone who wants to join us in this. And it also includes all the souls in the unicos which wants to help humanity. And that is my interpretation of that. And after learning in the soul teaching, is that that's why Mr. Kesh brought up this prophet Solomon, because he was in contact with all these other entities in the unicos. So the plan is to create like a manifesto that we are bringing to our mind. We will do this 24/7 when we are starting doing this to protect humanity. This is kind of what Mr. Kesh is telling us. And one of our other Universal Council members wrote in the chat that the time has come for the man to become the creator. He or she is, and no one can change that. The soul have decided, and that is the soul's decisions. So the plan is to bring this up in the One Nation, One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday, like a plan and a call to action. And as I understand it, Mr. Kesh is talking about Wednesday at 6 p.m. And that is for the unification. That's when we as souls are unified, as I understand it. But I see there are more knowledge seekers. Now, Universal Council members here, so maybe someone else can step in and support this. Are you there, Asai? Could you?
Yes, yes, Maria, I'm here.
Thank you.
And this is Azar Yusufasi. What we're experiencing now, what Mr. Cash talked about, you see, when we he says when the man go under such a circumstances that's going to become uncomfortable and pain and create wisdom. I believe that because when I go back to my life, when I was in prison for 3 months when I was pregnant, that suffering and pain when I came out actually was best thing ever happened to me. If I didn't go through that, through those 3 months of whatever it was, I wouldn't be able to go through life as I has gone until now. What it does, right now, is the same thing happening to us the way I see it, as if we are in prison and we are in pain. And somebody locked the door on us. And you're blindfolded. If you want to go to the bathroom, they have to bring a little wooden rod that you hold on to the wooden rod, and somebody carries you to the bathroom. And somebody bring you back to your seat. You eat with your blindfold. You sleep with your blindfold. What does that do to a man? It elevates you. It has to elevate you. So now we have to think, when we talk about imperfection of the man, we always look for perfection in ourselves. We want everything to be perfect. And actually, our imperfection is the beauty of the man. So now we have to think about our soul. What is the soul? The soul sitting there, watching us play in this physicality. Well, we have to give it the power it has to come and help us, to come and change the way we do things. Because it has all the power, but it's us who, with everything that we holding as you see, something someone said, I sent it to Mr. Cash. It says, if you want to play by your logic, locked by your logic, you can never experience life. So we have to throw out everything that we have within us as we gathered through aeons of living on this planet as truth. The truth is only one thing. We have to throw out all our stories, because from nothingness, which is the soul, everything comes. We have to allow that soul to shine. Just let it happen. We have to stop playing with ourselves, playing the mind game. You know, when they say when everything falls apart, something beautiful come out of it, we have to allow ourselves we have to destroy ourselves for ourselves to actually come out. We have to break all those ties that gave us our perception of who we are. That physicality that we created in this as me, this is me, this is the way I am. We have to throw it out. We let the soul to, because it's, you can feel it. You have to feel it little by little. And the soul, all the souls are already connected. But in physicality, we don't see it. So what Mr. Cash is saying this Wednesday, because the soul, all the souls in the, not only in this planet, all the souls in the cosmos, they already made the decision. For us is carry the decision. So Wednesday, Mr. Cash talks about when you spray, every Sunday we spray, if we go back on the spray, because we have to continuously spray. Now, on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central Eastern Time, when the soul all get connected and we get together and in physicality come together, because the soul is already done the deal. We come together in physicality, and once it happens, then nothing can change that. It will go through the decision, it will happen, and we will come out of this. But then after the Wednesday, no matter what day you go back to, the connection, nobody can disturb the connection or destroy the connection. It's for us now to make a decision to just go with us, ourselves, that unimperfected person. Because you see, if you want to stay in a place to bring the soul out, you have to get rid of all the garbage that we created as man, that either I'm this, I'm that. Bring that unimperfected person that we are, in whatever we are, the beauty of us. So the Universal Council and then UC member, tomorrow we have a meeting, and I think everybody has to participate in this. It's not, no longer is only me or us or one person. It's in totality, all of us. We have to carry this one by one. It just is one body. Because the same way that all the souls connected, we carry that in physicality. And this is the only chance we have to be able to pull it, and we are going to pull it. There is no other way. If someone else want to talk, please.
Thank you, Asa. Because I know he talked about a couple of different times, but starting on Wednesday and then maybe changing it to a Monday or a Tuesday and so on, but to bring your physicality there and then don't talk, but listen. Maybe this is when we'll start hearing the voice of the Creator.
I think, Mike, I think one thing he said once that thing happened in Wednesday, it's just like a cup that is always full. And anytime during the week we want to go back to it, is there, and it's always full. So you can go Monday, you can go Tuesday, you can go anytime. So it's not like it's playing every Sunday. Once that's set on Wednesday, then every day you can go back to it.
Yes, he said we should not let the cups run out. They should be full all the time. If I'm not there, you're there. If you're not there, Elias is there, Jalal is there. Others are there to keep this cup of humanity, or whatever we're trying to achieve here, the protection, full. And it would be all the time, all of the time.
because the souls are already doing it. Even the souls that do you look at it, they're gone. The souls of, when Mr. Keshe talk about in one of the teachings, he says so many of the souls of the past, they're gone, they're gonna come back, and they are here, but we don't see them. But they all of us, all of them, they're helping us, and they are in motion. And everything that we want is happening in a physical, in a soul level. But in a physicality, we just have to open our eyes and get as if it's just like this, as if you have a, how can I explain it? If you take a carbon copy of something and you try to match it, go to it so closely that this one completely sit on the other one. You see, this is what's happening. Like, we have to get so close to it that we just become one, because the soul is there, they're all connected. Not the soul of physicality. Once they get the connection, then they can match. And once that spark happens, then everything is gonna go like a ripple effect. And it's just that tangibility that we have to just pass that, and we get to non-tangibility. We don't have to see it to believe it. Just like the way, like I can explain another way. We were talking with Alex in a Farsi teaching. He was trying to explain to everybody about the Alex bead. So everybody had a hard time to understand why, when we have the Alex field, we have the stacker, or we have the star formation, we have the reactor. Why is it that everybody's asking, what is this energy? What is this plasma? And one of the things we miss constantly, and then I actually was talking to him, I sent a message on the schedule. You see, if you go buy a battery from the store and put the battery on the table, they say battery can make energy. Can you see the energy in the battery? You can. You have to put that battery in something, in a flashlight, in a radio, in something to battery show its energy. So when you have in a specific teaching, Mr. Keshe explained, when you have a reactor, the reactor or your stacker has the energy, but you have to use it to see the power of the energy you have. You're sitting there. And actually, I said this exactly. If you go sit in a bathtub, just try it. Sit in a bathtub, fill up the bathtub with water, put salt in it, you lay down it. After 45 minutes, the water becomes lukewarm. And then you don't feel any movement of anything. But when you put the hot water, as you lay down, put the hot water, you see that the heat starts moving from your feet coming up. Then you feel the movement. Why? Because energy always moves to the highest strength to the lower. So the power of everything that we see, everything that exists, is here. It's for us to understand it and be able to feel it and then be able to move it. The power of soul is sitting here in our brain, but we have to find a way to release it. How do we release it? You have to find a lower point to release that energy with the highest point. So you have to bring your physicality so low, the soul comes to feed your physicality. If you keep yourself high, how can the soul comes out? So when we talk about humbleness, we have to bring, even Creator bring himself so low. That's why he gets the love we have for him. He goes back to him 10 times more, because he brings himself very low. So we have to bring ourselves so low so the soul has an opportunity to come back and feed us. It's just like water in the bathtub. If all of it is the same, there's no movement. I don't know if I explained well.
Yes, is it the Universal Council's position that it's time for us to learn this process of transmutation? That way, whether you fall off a cliff or whether you have to take something you don't want to take, it may hurt the physicality that's left on the table, but you walk away as a new creation, realizing that nothing can ever touch you in reality. And is this the idea here of?
I think is kind of like this, like when the injection goes in there, because is in a way it comes out, the soul clears that, so it's nothing going through the physicality.
Because he said we'd be facing the exact same thing in space very soon. With these energy packages, they're stronger than I am. What am I to do? Am I to go out there, or can we use the same process of hiding the physicality within the soul until the storm has weathered, passed, and then we recreate a new man? To me, this is the key of understanding the totality. And it seems a little hard. I don't seem to want to leave, in a way, some of the things that I've created here. Business or this or that or the other thing. You could do it very quickly, it sounds like, but then you'll come back as a new creature or a new man. But all the things you've accumulated, you're going to have to say they have no meaning before you do it, I think. Or you won't be able to do it. You'll stay attached to these things. Perhaps it's a business, perhaps it's a family, perhaps it's a farm. Again, just thoughts. But to me, this is the understanding of the totality where you can constantly or periodically recreate yourself at will, as we saw with Christ.
May I comment?
Of course, anyone can comment. No need to ask. This is a round table, so everyone feel free to express what your soul or your soul of physicality is sensing. Go ahead, Alex, please.
In your statement, you actually make 2 points. One statement with 2 points. One point is the abdication of responsibility. And the second point is the creation of a refugium. So you yourself can create a refugium to protect yourself. That is the universal capability. But that does not take away the responsibility. See, this is one of the problems with knowing. As soon as you know, you assume responsibility. And in the last 2 generations in our society, we have avoided responsibility. And the way we do that is don't tell me, I don't want to know. As long as it doesn't concern me, it doesn't affect me. And it's not that you don't want to know, it's that you don't want to assume responsibility. Because as soon as you assume responsibility, it's an opportunity for blame. And responsibility is not an opportunity for blame. Responsibility is an opportunity for growth, because life is for learning. And so through the life, we make mistakes. And the more we do, the more mistakes we make. It's mathematical certainty. But this is not a commentary on the faults, failings, and weaknesses of humanity. This is an opportunity. So in the process of learning, we need to understand what works and what doesn't work and govern ourselves accordingly. But no, you're not going to jump off the cliff because you can play God for yourself, because that's an abdication of your responsibility, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, but there was a phrase that he used around 30 minutes where he said it's payback time for us for not understanding the totality.
Yeah, well, life is for learning. So the payback is through for all of us individually. But I will discuss more in the class today. But there is a reason for going through this period, which we call life on this planet, and so that is, in a sentence, the purpose of learning. And if there was one message that came through the preamble, was that life has a purpose. So just because we don't understand it or we are not applying it within our social structure doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means we've created a altered reality.
And I was just thinking maybe that's one of the ways they will stop is when they see that people can actually transmute and appear again as a new man, even though they may look different. They could still tell you where they worked and who they were married to and what street they lived on and the color of the house. Maybe they'll stop this when they see that man has now learned to understand the totality. No matter what is thrown at us, he said, we can handle it by recreating the entire structure. So yeah, we eliminated these, but now 10 people, but now these 10 people are back again. So this is not a way to go. And again, this is what I'm seeing it as. It's time to learn the transmutation. And that's why I thought these systems were going to allow us to practice this so that when the actual event happened, we'd know exactly what to do. But it doesn't look like we're going to have any practice time at this point. But next week, that, of course, could change. Ed, you have your mic open. Did you want to add to the conversation? And also, I wanted to play the question from Claudia, where she was asking the location of the soul. And then Mr. Kesh went into this expanding and contracting and what it seems we need to do at this point, or be able to do if it's necessary. And it looks like it could be very necessary.
Mark, I have a question.
Yes.
Mark, I have a question from Alex.
Yes.
When you say purpose, you think everyone on this planet came for a purpose?
Do I think everyone came? He said, we're not just here by accident. We're part of a bigger totality. Now,
I understand, but
is he
is
talking to the knowledge seekers or is he talking to all of humanity?
I'm talking about when Alex said there is a purpose in life. I'm asking question, are you talking about, like, I have to ask myself, a lot of people ask themselves, what is my purpose in life? Is this the purpose we talk about?
I don't know. I always felt my purpose was to try in a very, well, not successful way, even though I did try, was to bring peace through policies and through cooperation and collaboration among governments in the matter state, more or less. But now when I was introduced to the Kesh Foundation, I found there's a much better way to pursue this, to unite humanity and to unite the nations and the languages. Even though I was always for separate nation states, I moved to a bigger understanding that we can all, there's no need for borders or nation states, as we're all on the same spaceship, so to speak, traveling through space. So these borders and these nations are just reasons for conflict.
So you think this is your purpose?
Well, this is what's been on my soul, was to see peace on this planet. Yes, even way before the Kesh Foundation. How I was ever going to achieve it, I had no idea, because most of the policies and programs that we put forward, even though it was for more food and more energy and more healthcare, were not taken up. So we lost many of the fights we were involved in, if you want to put it that way.
Hello, Mark. This is Ed. And Azar, do you mind if I come in?
No problem.
Not at all, please.
So I was going to comment much earlier. I resonate very highly with what you spoke, Azar, and I would like to still comment on that. But the current discussion on our purpose, Mark, also we must consider not just our purpose here, this little time we're here accomplishing something on this planet, but whether or not we do that, like you say, the totality, the bigger picture is always where what we are doing to develop our souls so that when we become not part of this physicality, we have the elevation to contribute rather than just be a part. I mean, I didn't say that correctly, but I think you know what I mean. So in that respect, Azar, yes, we have a purpose being here, whether it's a physical purpose, to do something, to accomplish something here. But the larger purpose is, how are we developing our souls to become, to add to the totality, to become a star, to be a creator without imperfection. And regarding before, Azar, I resonate so highly with what you're saying, and I can't remember the exact words you used, but I know for many weeks, if not months, I have been cognizant of the answers that we need in the physicality that don't lie anymore in the physical. We find ourselves unable to cope with what is to come upon us in the physical reality. We don't have the ability physically, and our answers lie in the dimension of the soul. That's where we must rely. And if we're going to rely on the soul, it's not partial. We can't hang on to the physicality and then say, okay, but I want this part of the soul to help me out, but I still want all the physicality. I asked Mr. Kesh a couple months ago when we were talking about detachment. And I said, there's still part of physicality that I think I might want to experience. And he very quickly said, you choose, you decide. And several times since then, we have talked about detachment and stuff, and it's the decision of the man. And yes, we think we want to experience physicality, but yet we find no answers here. And the willingness to rely on the soul and give up the physicality may not mean we give up the physicality in the end. We may experience both, but yet we can't hang on to one and find the other. There has to be a willingness to let go and discover the soul and to develop that. So I don't know if I said this all properly, but that's what I have been understanding and what your words, everybody's words today has prompted in me thus far.
Stop that.
Alex, I can tell you this, with Mark saying, I have a purpose, and my purpose is this, I came to Keshe Foundation. I tell Mark, everything tomorrow completely become peaceful, and everybody is in a peaceful planet, everything is fine. Now, what is your purpose now?
To me?
Imagine everything is fine now. Now, what is your purpose now?
Well, now I'll create another solar system or universe where it starts out as
because what it is, because you always think, I have to have a purpose, I have to do something, because we didn't understand the essence of life itself. Life itself is the purpose of life. There is no
Right.
purpose in
But
life
I
because
just,
we never
yeah,
experience the beautiful of physicality of life on this planet. We living in hell of this planet. The life that you call your life, my life, going home, going eating, going to work, and we create this called life. Actually, this is a hell of physicality. The life itself, none of us have experienced that. Few maybe, because the life itself is just the purpose. We didn't never allow life come out of this physicality to show itself, because the life itself, it just is the beauty of this planet that it's just like, I don't know how to explain it. It
You,
brings you to all moment that you cannot, you become speechless.
you're doing a terrific job. Can I jump
But
in, please?
sure.
The computer threw me out, so when you asked the question the first time, I couldn't answer, but I heard Mark's answer and I heard Ed's answer, and both answers were fantastic. So the only complaint that I have with Ed, and he knows that, is he always says, well, I don't know. Well, yes, Ed, you do know, and you're demonstrating it more and more every week, and I can't give you enough props. It makes me so happy to listen to you, Ed, and your development, because it just shows that all of us can cross over the bridge, if you will. Now, Azar's question is absolutely fantastic also. And the thing is, we're going through an existential crisis right now. And I have personally had to address this question that Azar is asking, because what is one of the prime motivating factors in our lives? And usually the common denominator here is we need to make money. And so the question on how we make money also comes into bear, but a lot of people don't care how they make money, as long as they make money. So they don't care if they make it at your expense or not. And that this is the malaise that's on this planet. But coming through this situation right now before us, this is the focal point. And before we can get to the other, this has to be resolved. And so it is, I asked myself the question, what would it be like if I didn't have to worry about money, or if I didn't have to worry about my creature comforts? And when I look at people who have a lot of money, and I see that, they seem to be concerned about having more money. So they have the things that I don't have, but they're still not happy. So the whole purpose of life in this generic discussion that we're having has also still been lost. So the question now comes, if we can assure our creature comforts here and understand that our immediate purpose is to open up the possibilities, and then find out what are these possibilities. We're going to have to do that after the fact. And this is the next stage. So, it's a matter of knowing where we are right now and what we have to accomplish, and knowing that we are part of the process. And this is actually one of the greatest gifts for me personally. To be part of this situation is one of the greatest gifts I've ever had. So thank you for your question. And I'm looking forward to the answer. So maybe you or someone else will be able to carry on with that teaching. So we'll see.
well, to me, he's talking about literally for us to learn the transmutation process, whether it's here, whether it's in deep space, or wherever you are in the universe. And it's literal. I'm taking it literally. I'm not taking it as we're going to put a cover and none of these things are going to affect everybody, because he said we're all there. We're all on this row. So if I could, I'd like to play the question, Alex, for about 10 minutes from Claudia, because again, he goes into this And he's telling us that she asks about where the soul is located in the thalamus. He says no. And anyway, he draws the arrow back and forth, back and forth. This is what we have to learn. And therefore, nothing can ever touch you, even though you might lose the present physicality that you're in. Within a day, 24 hours, or a nanosecond, you recreate it again. This is the understanding of the totality as I see, or part of the totality as I see it. So could we go here, and there's an explanation a little bit about, go ahead.
I want to add something here. I can tell you this, half of us, once this planet go to the peace, completely become peaceful, we're going to be very upset about it. Half of the people are sitting here that we're looking
Say
for peace.
again.
Half of the people that
Sitting
even
here.
sitting, that listening here, if the whole planet go to the process of peace, they're going to be very upset about it. They're going to go into agony.
Why?
Because the whole thing is about, because the peace we're talking about is a peace within yourself. Because all of us, the biggest mistake we all making, we're looking at I want to bring peace to the planet. It's not my job to bring peace to the planet. When you bring peace to yourself, everything else will take care of it. That's why half of the people even can suicide if the peace come to the planet, because they have nothing else to do.
But he was saying, if you can do it, can you teach it to your lover? Can you teach it to your child? Can you teach it to your brother? And your brother represents all of humanity, he said.
But he's talking about if you can access your soul, if you can teach it to anyone else.
And yes, you can, certainly. If you can do something, it's easy to teach somebody if they will receive.
Right, and it's not like we're forcing it, but you will be there if they need it.
And that's the whole process. We will be there where the need is. And I agree with Azar that the peace we are creating is that within ourselves and not so much for the world. It may be in time that the peace we create within ourselves will spread and become the world. But in the beginning, I think, like Azar said, there will be much misunderstanding of that. We're not here to create lack of borders and all that stuff. That's going to occur because they don't mean anything in the totality. The reality that we create within us is going to grow and become the reality of the physicality as years go on. And however long we decide to stay in the physicality, we will become a part of it. And when we don't, I think there'll be a reason for us to depart, to do something else. But anyway.
Also, if you listen to Mr. Keshe's teaching from the first workshop until now, to every single, even private one, public one, he's repeating the same thing over and over again in many different shape and form, but the same message over and over again. So ultimately is the peace that we're talking about. He says, get to know yourself. Why he says that? The answer is not outside of us. The answer is within us.
I'd like to add one thing, if you
Sure.
don't mind. This is
Sure.
I think I just keep hearing the word trust, and that, you know, the only time I really trust anything is when I go within myself, and it builds my confidence, because it just going within and having the approval as the answers go along come to fruition, it builds the confidence of trust. Just like coming to this class and knowing that we're going to be learning some great content from Alex. I trust. And We have to trust that we won't be bored when we're vibrationally or the frequency is as good as it can be. That there'll be so much more.
This is Marie. I'll have a comment to the discussion about the purpose of life. I agree with the Asar that the peace starts within, but the purpose of life is to mature and grow your soul. And this situation in the world today, and these difficult times that many lives in, it's an opportunity for us to create and to serve. So, and by doing that, we will elevate our soul. And when we elevate our soul gets stronger, and then we will be able to do this transmutation. So for in a way, we can look at this, what is going on as a means to get where we want to get, to get this elevation of ourself, our own soul, and to use that to elevate others. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Yes, he said we needed this for a new cycle of people to be created. We needed to go through this process of creation. And then he mentioned an adapter, and he said no fears. So let's hear how it's actually done, or Claudia's question, if we could, for 10 minutes, and then, well, we can save the spraying for later, and we can go to you next, Alex, if you'd like. But again, in the same workshop, he's going back through about the physicality, moving closer to the soul, and losing some of those emotions that we will lose as the soul of physicality moves closer to the soul of the man.
Yes, we have a hand up here from Claudia. Claudia, would you like to go ahead, please?
Hello, hello, Sir Cash. It's a pleasure to talk with you. I have a doubt because I was studying your class about the face in school, and you said that the brain's emotion is in the thalamus. But my question is, the soul of the man is in the middle of the thalamus or have another location? Thank you.
Another location.
Sorry about it.
Yeah. It clearly has the position in the brain. You see it in the MRI. Doctors never understood, and they just left it as it is, but it's the center. But because it carries such a huge amount of energy, it manifests itself as a dark spot. It's actually the black hole of the brain.
And where is the whole of the brain?
It sits at the center in the back, just about where your neural system starts, and the origin of the top of the brain, top of the what you call the crown of the brain. I can go to it very easily because I see it in many of my eyes randomly. We see it depends how the cut was done, when the scan was done, and you can see in many cases very clearly it's very circular, pin shape, and it doesn't have deviation. It's completely circular.
And don't have liquor inside.
Nothing
it's
inside, just pure. It's not a hole, it's a black hole. You see it as black, but inside is the same as a star. It's full of fields and energies. You see, this is what I was explaining to one of the Daleks very, very, very recently. Why do you see a light when you think you're dying? And many people, when they come back to the dimension of physicality, they tell us they've seen the light and it was so peaceful. We have never understood this principle, how we see, and all of us talk about it. Where does the dimension come from? Where does what? How do we see this white light? If this is your soul, and if this is the collective interaction of the soul of physicality, which is coming through what we call the blood of the man, when you go through the process of death, this closes in. And this is a dynamic, it doesn't stop. This is the emotion of attachment. You already passed it, so you feel detached. This is the emotion of the fear. You're still going in. This is the emotion of loss. You passed it. This is there. The emotion of love is here. So when you're traveling in a two dynamic and you're looking at it with the eye of the soul, what do you see when the earth and the sun interact? Nothing but light. And you say it's peaceful. You say it's calming. There was nothing. Because the soul of physicality nears and passes all this, these don't exist anymore. And then you find out in so many ways the position of. And this is why you see the light. These two create a stronger and a stronger and a stronger light. Here was very faint because detachment came, the other one came, you passed all of it. And now you see the light. And then what happens? Somebody knocks you on the head, wake up. You're not going. You do exactly the reverse. You go backwards and you feel all of it. And then what is left is the emotion of the love and peacefulness which you experienced in this region. And when people say, oh, it's so lovely, there was nothing, because now you understand this is your skull and this is the layers of brain. Here could be the pains, here could be the joy, but now you're closing the circle, you pass it out, they don't exist, they are beyond. And those of you who go through this transition of detachment, you come to this point. And then you find a way to go both ways. If all enters all, you are called at the point of death. Dimension of physicality does not come. But if you control it to come to this point, it comes a point of transmutation. Part of the enhancement unit is to do this.
Okay, so that's the point I wanted to make, and that's the other point I wanted to make. With these systems, we're going to allow us to practice this so that when it actually happens, there's no fear. We know exactly what we're doing. You don't just become a star automatically, which we all will become, I think, automatically. You become a star. But if you know what you're doing, then you can do some other things. You can ride that soul across the universe, I believe, and see different positions and experience many different beauties of the Creator. So that's why I wanted to bring this. Alex, if you're ready, I think we can go there. But again, he seems to be emphasizing this transmutation very strongly. And again, I say that it's payback time for us not understanding the totality in a way. But I know in the end, he said that the Universal Council has this emotion, or the spirit of the emotion of the Universal Council, as Marie shared in the 200 workshop, that it can do amazing things to the leaders or the negotiators or whatever. The spirit of the emotion of the soul of the Universal Council has been given this power, Mr. Kesh said, to avert this entire crisis. So I want to welcome Alex in. And of course, we did hear that. It was around 28 minutes and 15 seconds where he said in Thursday's teaching that Alex unknowingly touched on it in a very soft way. And I was asked what it was, and I said I was at the meeting, but I'm not exactly sure what you touched on unknowingly. Maybe this week you know what you touched on last week unknowingly, in a soft way. But I want to welcome Alex and thank him for all his sharing and teaching that he does here. I can play the disclaimer if you'd like me to, Alex, which I think you normally do like me to before you actually come on. Can we do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to share the screen with this, and then we're going to go right into it. Let me just adjust the volume. This one comes a little bit strong. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now we'd like to welcome Alex for another beautiful teaching. And hopefully maybe you can go back to what it was that you touched on softly. Was it this point of transmutation? Was it something else? I thought it was about the fish in a way. That was my first guess, the Siamese fish, where he sort of stays in suspended animation until the female comes by, and I guess her fields sort of wake him up and he goes to work at that point. But maybe it's something else. And again, this whole workshop seemed to be learning to have that ability of moving the soul into the soul of the man, the soul of physicality in the soul of the man, for protection during the storm, and then recreating it later. I know that's kind of hard for most of us, including myself, because I don't think I'm really ready to leave yet. But at the same time, when you're on death row, it may be your number may be up. Not exactly sure, but there may be more than one way. And I'm really hoping that the Universal Council's emotions will change the will of some of these leaders and some of these other situations so that we don't have to go through that. But gee, maybe we need to learn this transmutation, and that way you're free as a bird. No matter where you are, in whatever position you are, you know what to do if you run into trouble and can recreate yourself. He keeps saying, walk off the deathbed, walk off death row as a new man. Even the prisoner, he said, given the lethal injection, if he enlightens his soul while he's on that gurney or whatever, he can walk off as a new man, realizing all the things he's done wrong. He can enlighten his soul at that point. And that's why I was thinking about, if we can do it, we should be able to teach it to our lover, our brother, our child, and so on. So welcome, Alex. I'm glad you're with us, and thank you for carrying these programs on Sunday through for us so beautifully. And as well as all the other knowledge seekers who contribute verbally or even contribute on the what we call the silent line of communication.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark. I want to welcome everybody from the North American Corona team. And just want to add to one of the disclaimers, of course, is that YouTube also has restrictions. So this teaching is meant for education purposes, and any transmission on others' platforms is up to the individual. And so this is the platform that I'm choosing to put this forward. And as such, as we're bringing all the knowledge seekers from around the world and making this actually a truly international meeting, before I get into it, I do have some reservations because this class may already be redundant because of the wonderful dialogue that we had in the preamble today with the contributions from the Universal Council and all the other knowledge seekers. It's almost, they've already made the presentation that I'm going to make. So let's look at the purpose of this presentation. And it is a way to put a cohesive thought together for new knowledge seekers, mature knowledge seekers, teachers, and would-be teachers. Because with the thousands of hours of teaching that is in the archives, we need to be able to deliver this to the rest of humanity, who most of which is still in the dark, if you will. But that is changing rapidly daily because we have come to a key point. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings in Plasma Science. We're at the intermediate knowing level. Today's subject is indeed genetic mutilation. My name is Alexander. This is November 21st, 2021. I am from Canada, but this is part of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. And unfortunately, we now have a fourth member. This, of course, in North America constitutes Canada, US, and Mexico. And in order of priority, we have a fourth member. And as you know, one of the provinces is Canada, is British Columbia. And in that province, we have the third largest city in Canada, Vancouver. And we have had a tremendous tragedy where we've had a state of mudslides caused by excessive rain and a state of flooding. And we are already in a state of pandemic and probably going into 23 months now. And this week it was also declared a state of emergency. So we have a merging of two states, and this is the United States of emergency. You see, because the Trans-Canada Highway has been severed, which was fundamental to building this great country. The Trans-Canada Railway has been severed, which is fundamental to building this great country. And there's a little bit of danger that the Trans-Canada Pipeline, which is now exposed because of the mudslides, and that is also in jeopardy. And so this is not a commentary. This is not a joke. This is the current reality, as thousands and thousands of people are living as refugees. And so as part of the intermediate knowing, this is an advance from what we did before. We started a year ago with the basic teaching. We learned about the terminology. We had to understand that terminology and then figure out how we knew this. and what it meant. And so we decided to extend that by way of an intermediate teaching and an advanced teaching. And then we took an intermediate understanding and an advanced understanding. But you see, all of this is still basic, still very, very basic, because we're just at the point of change. And so we're only at the intermediate stage of knowing. And in addition to the many topics that we brought with the basic knowing, we are actually continuing. And you can see by the lessons that we had in the last few weeks, the dream state that everyone has been talking about with respect to last week, and what we touched on, we're going to touch on it again, because genetic mutilation is the subject today, and it is an extension of the dream state. So overall, we have to understand that we are teaching plasma science based on the books of Marin Tavakolikesh. Book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation, The Universal Order of Matter, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. This is the plasma science. This is the plasma matter. And how did we get here? And where do we come from? And what is that connection? Book number 2, The Structure of Light. And what was the origin of the universe? Are we at the origin of the universe? Or are we the product of the universe? So in many ways, we're saying, well, we're at the verge of a new tomorrow. Tomorrow is the same every day. It's an extension of today. And today is a preparation for tomorrow. And some people think that today is a direct result of the past. And yes, it is. But it doesn't mean that you simply extrapolate the past to come to today and then carry on to tomorrow. What you do today matters. It does affect the past, and we know that it affects tomorrow. And so this is what the new tomorrow is because we have a new understanding, and that is that the universe is energy in motion. The energy is always in motion, and the energy has a charge. And this is the fundamental part about the creation of the universe. The universe exists from energy. And as was seen in book number 1, the discussion of plasma matter as opposed to physical matter, involves the discussion of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. What I call the matter gen, because it's plasma matter as opposed to physical matter. And when you take these two constructs and you interact with them, and we're familiar with the infinity loop, and we know that in the plasma science, the stronger feeds the weaker. We have to ask ourselves, well, how can the weaker feed the stronger? Is it defying the rules, or are we not taking enough into account? And as we cross the bridge of knowing, we have to use the terminology to understand that it's a two-way street. There are magnetical and gravitational field forces. This is the natural plasma. It is very natural. And it represents the energy in motion. And because the energy in motion, it carries a charge. And we see the representation of that in what we call the GANS technology. But that GANS technology is a representation of one state. And it starts from a monatomic reality of our basic earthbound dimension. And we can change in this earthbound dimension by going through various geometries. So having said that, it means that there are other dimensions, and those dimensions have different geometries. So within these geometries, there is a gradient, and the sharper the gradient, the greater the dynamism. Dynamism is the transfer of the charge from state to state. And it follows paths. So when we look at our Earth and understand that our Earth is a physical manifestation of what? Of the magnetical, gravitational energies that are represented by repulsion and attraction. So the repulsion is actually an emission, and the attraction is actually an absorption. And through the emission of energy and the absorption of energy, these paths follow what we see as coming in and going out. But because energy is always in motion, the only way to contain the energy, it has to go around. And if we can't contain that energy, and if we can't absorb that energy, then it just goes right on through as if we don't even see it. So within our dimension and the susceptibility of getting that energy at our dimension only takes into account what we see from the ground to the sky, and the sky being the magnetosphere, which is the outer part of our current dimension. And so we will have a third part next week. And so we are going to discuss more about susceptibility, because you see, the thing is, nothing is nothing. And so if we don't see it, we don't acknowledge it. But you see, something is something, and it's always something. But something as opposed to what? Something else. And we see that in our Gants. All of us have made Gants, and we see the rotating field manifesting in the bottom of the cups. And if we allow it to perform long enough, it actually creates a hole in the middle. And you say, well, wait a second, there's nothing in that hole, but there's a hole in my Gants. Well, we find that maybe there's a soul in that hole. There has to be something. So when we are discussing principal matter, we know that energy is traveling through space. And so what do we mean by space? So we have an Earth space, we have an outer space, and these PM ticks, which are energy packs, are flying through space. And when they come together with a common denominator, they interact. And this interaction creates a force field. And when that field develops and it becomes in balance, we call that a maggrav. So part of the creation is to create a maggrav condition. And we found that last week that we could do that in our dreams. So that means there's something in the background. And now we have to re-examine our point of view and understand, are we looking at things only from the physical point of view, or can we look at it from the plasmatic point of view? And even what does that mean? So we had to introduce new terminology. So we all understand the basic dimensions of X, Y, and Z axis. The X-axis is transmission, and transmission involves rotation. That's how the energy stays within the maggrav. The Y-axis is represented by polarity. So that energy cuts across lines of transmission. That's why it's called transition. And so when we have a field strength develop through the combination of the transmission and the transition, that manifestation is transmutation. So transmutation is the plasma, and the plasma is at the core of the field strength. Well, one field strength is unique, and it interacts with another field strength, which is unique, and the two interact, which creates a dynamic plasma. So this is where the dynamism comes in. But it's not only two, it's many more. And the question we always have, which way is the energy moving? Because the energy is always in motion. So that determines the charge. And this charge of energy can travel through various dimensions. So we already spoke about the earth dimensions, and we can go through various ranges in the earth dimensions. Well, we can go through various ranges through the emotional dimensions, and we can go through various ranges through the soul dimensions, because all of these dimensions carry a geometry. So we come to a word called transcendence. And so what does that exactly mean? Well, transcendence is an elevation of an energy state. And how far does it go? So when we introduce more terminology, and this is from a previous class, we talked about transformation, transcendence, and transmogrification. And how they refer is this, because the old science says it's not possible to regrow limbs. The old science says it's not possible to change skin color. The old science says it's not possible to change one's nature. And the plasma science says, well, it's not possible for you unless you restate and add to the knowledge that you achieve by connecting the dots, if you will. So we have PM ticks that are flowing through space. We didn't say which space, but we are saying it's a pre-amino acid condition. And they manifest themselves into a magrav, and we didn't say where, but what we are saying, it's a post-amino acid condition. If it's a post-amino acid condition, then it is gravitational and it is physical. We just didn't say where. And if it's PM ticks, it's magnetical. And likewise, we didn't say where. So between here and there, wherever here and there is a transition zone. Okay, and so we can do the same thing on this planet. So our range transmutation on this planet allows us within the range on this planet to actually transmute between the physical reality and the plasma reality. But our point of view has to be from our point of view, not the Earth's point of view. You see, because we are magravs, we are gravitational, and we are a dynamic plasma state. Well, actually, we're in the plasmagen state because we have a physicality that is created from this plasmagen state. And this plasmagen state is interacting with other plasmagen states and creating this dynamic plasma state, which we see as life on this planet. So the principal matter is manifest from the dynamic plasma state, and the transition matter is manifest from the plasmagen state. And the transformation comes therefrom. So the transformation takes into account our dream state, and it takes into account the inertia, which is in the interaction of the earthbound state. And so when we get into the earthbound state, the precondition there is the matter gen, which is the interaction of our state, our soul state, with the Earth's soul state. And the manifestation therefrom is the physicality, of which we're able to see 3 different states. In simplified terms, the GAN state, the nano state, and the physical matter state. So that becomes our magnetical direction. And so we have because of our physicality, we have imposed soul limitations because we are ignoring the origin of the energy. What we're seeing is only the manifestation, which is our body, which is our transportation vehicle. Well, we have to understand that our transportation vehicle is on the earth, which is a transportation vehicle. And the earth as a transportation vehicle is part of the principal universal field, the magnetic field strength of the universe. And there is a connection. So there is a connection with all these things that I've just mentioned. That is the Gans of connection, and we can't see it. So we are now learning how to unbuckle the chains of man. And we see in our atomic understanding of physics that the atoms are chained together and they link up. But we found that we can unchain these atoms by putting them in a monatomic state. So a monatomic state then means it's self-contained, but part of the whole. And the whole is self-contained. And when I say whole, I'm talking about the total product. So the monatomic is a component of the total product. And we, as individuals, are monatomic with relation to the field strength on this planet. So there's an interaction and it goes on daily. So we find that our soul, the soul of man, has a system and a functionality. And we all have different levels of understanding of that. And as we're trying to understand the soul of the man, but we're applying terminology to try and explain that. And I think we all understand that if someone is describing music to us, there aren't words to express the music properly. The only way to appreciate the music properly is to actually listen to the music and experience it firsthand. So this is the difficulty with the soul of the man system. The nearest that we can get to is the soul of the body system. Because as we discussed last week, people who are clairvoyant can see the silver cord connection between the physical body and the soul of the body, which is in the dream state. But this connection is actually a coil, and this coil is springy. So in other words, when we go to sleep in the horizontal position, which is why we are part of the horizontal community. The soul is able to leave the body and do what it needs to do. But in order to do that, it has to stretch this springy connection. And it recoils this springy connection at a certain point in time. And it comes back into the body. And so we reference this as the art of dreaming. Most of us can't remember our dreams. We need to actively work at that. You can practice that. You can achieve that. So as we are aware that we have this capability, you will find that you will remember your dreams more and more and more. And these dreams are part of the soul of the body system. So this is what we know, that when we go into our dream state, the soul of the body leaves our body and leaves our body behind. But the soul of the body is connected to the body and will return in the morning. So we are heading into uncharted waters. And when I say uncharted waters, I'm talking about the earthbound community. So if I'm conducting this class, and I am conducting this class, then I'm the leader. But I have to tell you that I'm going into uncharted waters. By being a teacher, I'm also becoming the student. And so you say you're following the leader. Well, you're actually following the student. So what we have to do is collectively sort it out. And one of the ways to do that is to tune into the universe. So we're at the point where we have to cross the bridge, and we're only at the intermediate stage. All the intermediate knowing stage is an advancement from the intermediate teachings and the intermediate understanding. So we're trying to bridge this gap by gapping the bridge. And we know that this gap is of a higher order of magnitude. So this is a good thing. And that's why we're so happy that we're able to cross this. But there is resistance. We're having some bridge difficulties. So as mentioned, on the west coast of Canada, the bridges have been washed out. And what is significant, of course, is that it has disconnected the third largest city in Canada from the rest of Canada. And this is the problem that we're all going through. All that is a microcosm of the collective problem that we're having on this planet, which is a disconnect from physical reality. This disconnect from physical reality is also disconnect from plasmatic reality. And this is the subject today, the genetic mutilation. What is genetic mutilation? Well, let's understand what is the domain that we're involved in. So I said, we have an earthbound domain and we have a spacebound domain. Your domain is in an awake state or a sleep state. So your awareness is in the awake state, we call that a conscious state. And in the sleep state, that is an unconscious state. That's very simplistic. So when we look at our dream interpretation, we're looking for meanings. And maybe we go to a fortune teller and we do some crystal ball gazing. Well, what is the first thing that we ask a fortune teller? Will our family business be successful? Will our children grow up to be fine, upstanding citizens? Will the upcoming marriage for my daughter be outstanding? Will I have beautiful grandchildren? And all of these things have to do with selfishness. And when you ask a question, then you have to mean that you're asking for an answer. Do you want that answer? Do you really want to know that answer? So, you know, if we were to apply that to sports, let's say, and let's say two teams are playing and you want to bet on a team. Well, if you bet on that team, you're betting on the outcome. But if you can look into a crystal ball and see that which team is going to win, then that bet is not a gamble. That bet is a contrived condition. And it actually is kind of cheating. But the thing about sports games, if you could predict based on the past performance, or if you could predict based on a crystal ball, then you wouldn't need to play the game, would you? So the outcome is undecided because the interpretation of the outcome is exclusively from your point of view. And that is not the only point of view. So it's your dream can be in your awake state, or your dream can be in your sleep state. And then we have this kind of suspended animation, which is kind of a daydream. But the thing that science has said that we have different sleep states, where we have shallow sleep states and we have deep sleep states. So when we talk about dreams, we are talking about the shallow deep states, the shallow sleep states. What we're talking about today are the deep sleep states. So let's look at the difference. Your dream is your dream, and you need to interpret your dream. So I can't interpret your dream. Your dream is meaningless to me. But you are the last man standing. So you are manifesting your reality. And you need to know that you're not alone. And you're not alone in your dreams, you know that, but you're also not alone in your loneliness, because the universe is interdependent. So what you really want to know from your dream is to try and remember your dream, because the purpose of your dream is preparation for the tomorrow. And in order to prepare for the tomorrow, you have to do two things. Since the universe is interdependent, you have to make arrangements with other souls. And before you can make arrangements with other souls, you have to make arrangements with your soul. So you have to make resolutions with your soul. Now, resolutions are not just like New Year's resolutions where you make a promise to nobody and brag about how you couldn't keep it, but resolutions actually resolve issues. And this resolution of issues is a preparation for your soul. And so that preparation of your soul is literally a preparation for your physical reality. And your physical reality, as is true for your soul, depends on other souls. And the arrangement with other souls, and therefore the arrangement with the physical reality of other souls. And so you understand that this dream is in the shallow state because you know that you can dream in color. And color is a visible manifestation of the physical reality. So you know that you can bring this dream from your unconscious state to your conscious state. That's not what we're talking about. So because we now have crossed the bridge of knowing, then when we look at our evolution, and then we look at the theories put forward by, let's say, someone like Darwin, who thinks we have evolved from monkeys. Well, who did the monkeys evolve from? So, you know, this is nonsense. This is not evolution. Evolution is the adaptation to the environment. And so the adaptation to the environment involves learning. And so it's the rate of learning that determines your evolution. And the rate of change in your environment determines your adaptation. For example, the temperature drops 20 degrees Celsius in a 24-hour period. You are used to the warmth. Now you have to get used to the cold. If you do that within a 24-hour period, you will be shivering in the initial stages because that's how the body will build up the body temperature. But if you could do a gradual change, say go from a higher temperature to a lower temperature and spread that out over an extended period of time, then you would adapt slowly, day by day by day. Whatever this adaptation is actually a manifestation of the inertia, which is an interaction of your condition and the condition of your environment. So your evolution is an adaptation of your life on this planet. And your evolution is an adaptation of your soul of the body system. And the soul of the body system is an adaptation of the soul of the man system. That is the evolution. And the dependency of that evolution and the rate of change is dependent on your skill with understanding how your evolution interacts with the field strengths of your soul, the soul of the sun, the soul of the earth, and what we call inertia. So there's a genetic sequencing. And I use the opposing thumbs in your hands as the proof, you see, because genetically we say, well, the DNA coding is what determines your physical context or physical construct, excuse me. Well, if the DNA is the same in every cell, in other words, if the DNA is the same in your right thumb and the same in your left thumb, then how can the DNA be the factor? So the DNA is not the factor. The DNA actually is saying that you have a right thumb and a left thumb. But the rightness and the leftness is not dependent on the DNA sequence. The DNA code is ingrained. So the DNA sequence comes from the RNA sequence. And so that is predetermined that you would have two opposing thumbs. So where does the mRNA come in? So the mRNA interacts with the environment, and that affects a code change. And what that does is it allows the DNA then to be modified. And when the DNA is modified, that involves a code change. So questions you ask is, why is this code change and who is, doing this? Well, the question is the answer. So we have a couple of ways of doing genetic sequencing. So the natural way, and I've talked about Rupert Sheldrake before, who brought on the theory of morphogenic resonance. And it is a very good theory. And it's a good theory because he's classified as a scientific heretic. And we know that the science, the way we've been taught in school, is on the leeward side of the watershed. And so on the windward side of the watershed, he would be considered pseudoscience. But you see, that you can adapt to any kind of environment given the rate of change. So if it's hot and it changes to cold, you can adapt. So like someone today says, well, it's a very cold day, so the temperature is -2 degrees Celsius. Well, it's November. In February, -2 degrees Celsius is a tropical day in my neck of the woods. I'd have to take my coat off and wear a short sleeve shirt because we have adapted. Well, how do we adapt? Is that a genetic adaptation or is it a morphogenic adaptation? So in other words, the morphogenic adaptation takes into account the environment. And the environment adaptation involves an energy transfer that we call inertia. What does our soul do? So how does our soul affect our body? So one of the reasons that we have to sleep is so that our body can refresh itself. So therefore, the purpose of the soul is to input, shall we say, new energy into the body. And so this would be the purpose of the dream state. But as we know that we have night dreams and we have daydreams. And we also know that we have a suspended animation. So we could do a suspended animation like during the daytime. And how many times have you heard the teacher in class say, "Wakey, wakey, you're not paying attention." Oh, yes, that's right. I was dreaming what I was going to do this weekend. Or at night, you're sleeping and someone comes in and says, "Are you awake?" No, you're sound asleep. And so then they wake you and suddenly you have to snap back with that springy coil back into your body and say, "Why did you wake me?" But what we want to talk about is beyond the soul of the body's input. In other words, what we want to talk about is beyond dreaming. So to understand where we are, if we look at genetic manifestation and what it means, so some people say, well, this is genetic manifestation is actually an evolution. And regardless of whether they can explain it or not, but what frequently they talk about is that there's some kind of natural selection, or that they are chosen, or there's some kind of discrimination. And so, when we classify things, let's say we classify, for instance, a sloth as a three-toed sloth. Well, isn't that kind of racist? He's not a sloth. He's a three-toed sloth. Well, what would you say if someone had four arms? Would you say, well, you're a four-armed freak? Well, is it being a freak or is it frequency? Because this is a physical manifestation of a genetic condition. And you, I assume all of you are two-armed freaks. And if you go into a community and everybody there has four arms, you'd be the freak. How would you feel? So the freakiness is the adaptation to the environment. And so when you look at an environment, there has to be an attraction force, right? A magnetical force coming to a gravitational force. That's how it goes. So the attraction force is the gravitational force. So when two forces come together, they try and create one. But every PM tick is unique. And we know that because there's 7 billion people on this planet and they're all unique. And each of these entities has over 70 trillion cells in our body. And each of these cells are unique. So do the math. There's a lot of adaptation going on. And thank God that I'm not in charge, because this is a natural adaptation and that's a whole lot of work. And so regardless of our origin and our genetic disposition, we can adapt to the environment. And this is done on a willing basis. But what happens if we have a genetic modification? Okay, so how do we adapt in that case? Well, you see, the problem with the genetic modification is that it remodifies your DNA, and this is a natural process. But the genetic modification is not a natural process. So you get a genetic adaptation. So the thing to understand about a genetic adaptation is the sequencing. The amino acid is created at the top surface when you create the cups of life. The amino acid is that oily film on the top of the water of your cup of life. And so that amino acid is the building block of creation from the amino acid, you get the DNA. Then you get the essential fatty acids. Then you get the protein, the cells, the organelles, the organs, and the body. So where is this sequence? So your organs in your body are tuned in to the environment, and they manifest the body accordingly. So when we are in a cold environment and we go to a warm environment, our organs are adapting to that and transmuting that energy to the body so that we become more adaptive to that environment. And we can go to a prior modification. So we get into genetic mutilation, which is something that we do with seeds, isn't it? We like to modify our seeds because we have a man-made desire. And the man-made desire, of course, is superior to the universal desire, isn't it? Well, we talked about resolutions, and the resolutions have to deal with our impairment within our physical reality. And it also, our physical reality has a purpose, and that is for learning. And so another resolution is that we want to enhance our learning. And furthermore, we want to rest and revitalize. So another resolution is to enhance our vitality. So dreaming or sleeping resolutions deal with the repairing of impairment, the enhancement, and the vitality, the physical and emotional vitality of the soul of the body. What? Yeah. So in the dream state, which is the near state, this is what you can remember. We are not qualified at this point in time. And then I say we, I'm talking, I guess, the majority of we. And there are many who are qualified. But in the deep state, which we can't remember, the only way that we can communicate through that is with the trust. And so if the soul is able to travel throughout the universe, and we see the universe is massive, and that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner is our little tiny perfect world. And why are we restricted to that little tiny perfect world? Because on that little tiny perfect world is our physicality. And so we can entertain our physicality every evening by going to sleep. Okay? But we do more because our soul needs to travel and can travel. So this relationship is now becoming within our sphere of awareness. So let's understand transformation. When we go to sleep, we're still connected to our body. If we're in a coma, we're still connected to the body. It is only in death that we're disconnected from the body. Okay. But with transportation, we are connected to the earth, or we are connected to the space. Well, if that is the case, if in the deep sleep state, we can transport ourselves into the universal community, then what does that say about birth? So let's look at another thing. Say you wake up in the morning and you are just not feeling right. It's like wearing your shoes backwards. Your left shoe is on your right foot. You're just out of sorts. You're out of alignment. you reach for your cup of coffee in the morning and you spill it. You know, what you need to do is you need to take a nap, go back to sleep, and then realign yourself. It's a very simple thing. Just get in kind of properly so that you are back into sorts. So what does that mean? How do we do this? So when we go to sleep, that's what we do. We go out, and then when we wake up in the morning, we come back in. So if we come back in, but we're out of alignment, then we've got to do that again, right? What are we doing? So let's look at birth. Birth is the attraction of the soul of the man to the soul of the earth and the soul of the sun. The plasmatic field of the sun has a soul. The plasmatic field of the earth has a soul. The interaction of these two plasmatic fields creates an attraction point for the soul of the man. So the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man. Now you have a new plasmatic condition. So now we have a soul of the body, which is connected to the soul of the man. And it's still connected to the soul of the earth, isn't it? Because it's still in the soul state. So the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man attracts the soul of the body. So now you have a soul of the body, and you have the physicality of the earth. So that interaction, which we call inertia, manifests itself into the physicality. So the physicality, therefore, is the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body manifests itself into the physicality of the body. This is the soul sequencing. So when we're looking at birth, the soul of the man interacts with the soul of the body being the spirit. The spirit of the man interacting with the soul of the earth manifests the RNA. The RNA, being maternal, interacts with the physicality of the earth and manifests into the physicality of man, which is the manifestation of the DNA, which is paternal. So here we have the enhancement of the body, which comes from the assembly of all of these. And so when we're born with everything that we need. We have the vitality of youth and the beauty. And so the soul of the body is within the physicality, and the soul of the man is within the soul of the body. And so this is all coming together by us understanding the relationship between magnetical forces and gravitational forces. So wherever they are, when we didn't say where they are, when they come into balance, that is a MAGRAV condition. So on this planet, we have a physical science that is scientific, and we have a spiritual science that only deals with the immediate environment. And if we can add these two together, then we come with what we see as a better explanation of the manifestation on this planet. The manifestation of our cells is an interaction that is coming from the environment and our matter gen. So our matter gen is a precursor for our cells. All right. So this energy that is in motion is manifest into light. And we know that it's light because the light is converted from our soul, because our soul is not visible, but light is visible. And so that's the relationship. When we're looking at our basic DNA, we can see that all of these genes within the DNA are coming together and creating this spiral, this helical coil. And we see the interaction on the right-hand side with the vertical RNA and the horizontal DNA. Now, if we were to take this gene that we've outlined here in red and target that, what happens? Well, we are able to splice in something that would come in and change the code. And so this modification of the RNA then becomes recombinant in the DNA. And so now that we've changed the code, what we're basically saying is that we have changed our physical interpretation of our soul. We have changed the physical interpretation of our soul. We have not changed our soul. Excuse me. Our soul is responding to the plasma field. Our physical state is responding to the small M matter state. So we know that there are physical states and plasmatic states because we can sense it. But there's a common denominator. So the vertical enhancement units are working with these common denominators. And these common denominators are interacting with what we call the truth. So going back to a famous scientist, Herman Weyl, and when we talk about the principles of flow and connection, we have to understand that there's no such thing as one and the same energy at 2 points in time. In other words, one portion of matter occupies one part of space at a definite moment of time. We're just not saying where this space is. So if we understand this, then if we go into the vertical enhancement unit, and if we understand transition and transcendency, and if we take the interaction of the plasma fields, which if we take the physicality, transmutate that, and ascend into the soul of the body, ascend into the soul of the man, then we can see that when we're discussing whether or not heaven is in space or on earth, and then of course we're discussing at the same time whether we have hell on earth or hell in space, this is heaven transmission. And that heaven transmission is on this planet. And that affects our emotion. When we're talking about transmutation, we're talking about heaven transcendence. In other words, transcending to a higher field strength. So the soul of the body works at a higher field strength. The soul of the man works at an even higher field strength. It is when we ascend into these higher field strengths, then we can transcend to the other side and then descend back from the soul of the man to the soul of the body to the physicality of the body, the same way that we were born. So this becomes the transformation and the transcendence, and then becomes the transmogrification. But not yet. The question comes, first of all, how do we do this? So let's look at our situation and repeat, because we are at an existential crisis. Before we can go further, we have to understand that the magnetical field forces involve attraction and repulsion. So when we're looking at magnetical, we have to understand that it comes from a maggrav position. That is natural creation. When we're looking at a gravitational condition that is from a maggrav condition, that is natural decay. So decay is not rottenness. Decay is the absorption of energy, and the creation is the emission of energy, and emitting to what? Emitting to another form of creation. It's a two-way street. So the emitting is going to an absorbing, and an absorbing is coming from an emitting. And so when we look at the PM ticks, which are the go-between, between the creation, when we start with a neutron, which is the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gem, and it creates the electron proton marriage, and each one is constructed from antimatter, dark matter, and matter. The byproduct is the release of PM ticks, and it can be natural creation or natural decay. These are the PM ticks, which are energy in motion. Ray motion is creation. So whether it's natural decay or whether it's natural creation, it is always creation. So this comes to the point where the convergence of energy is the attraction forces of gravitational energies. Divergence is the magnetical forces represented through repulsion. The universe is interdependent, but there are independent variables. We are an interdependent variable with the universe, but we remain independent variables. And if that's confusing, understand that the relationship between the cups of life carry an emotional and a physical context. So we need it now more than ever, because we're trying to put the peace dome together, and the peace dome is a plasmatic condition. So when we take the physical cup number one, we create a magnetical and a gravitational field. Cup number two is exactly the same. We just change one of the components. When they do their job with respect to the pandemic, then we can put the two together and they represent the cups of life. And as the cups of life, when they come together, they're actually representing the cups of man. And so collectively, they have a maggrav condition. Within two plasma fields, we have an attraction of the soul. So each cup has a maggrav condition plus a soul. And the collection of the three cups has a maggrav condition plus a soul. And that is now coming together with the inertia, which is the interaction with the field forces of the sun and the earth. And then as we manifest into the physicality, we have to interact with the physicality of the earth. All of these have magnetical gravitational field strengths. And so as we look in our history, and we will review more history, when we look at a teacup or we look at a plasma ceramic cup of life, can we really tell what's going on just by looking at the superficiality? There's a big difference between the superficial appearance and the substantial appearance. And you have to know the difference. So when we bring the cups together, they all interact together and they create a unit, a plasmatic interaction that involves the magnetical, the gravitational, and the souls of each and every cup and the collective. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, you have to understand they're elementary. That means they're working solo. They're all by themselves. Life is much more complex. We have to understand that the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. So all we have to do is understand the details of knowing. Knowing the details is extremely time consuming and energy consuming. So to make matters simple, we just revised the periodic table of elements, which we'll be discussing in further classes down the road. And just so that you know, we've taken the left-hand columns, put them over to the right, and you'll see the significance of the copper and the zinc in the cup number 1, the cup of life, and how important that is and how it takes into account both sides. So I took the liberty to introduce more terminology a few weeks ago because we wanted to understand the difference between the plasmatic condition and the physical condition. So I introduced the word carbogen, and I asked and put a proposal if you would adopt carbogen, mattergen, and plasmagen as part of the plasma terminology. This is what I'm asking of the knowledge seekers. And when we look at the periodic table of elements, we have to understand that the hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen are part of the amino acids. And it is from there, when we take that into account with our environment, which is the calcium, the magnesium, the sodium, and the potassium, that's our environment. And what do we manifest? We manifest our physicality and our emotional, which is the copper and the zinc combination, which brings us into the iron compound of the sphere, the domain of Earth. This is how energy is moving. It moves through different gradients and it moves at different rates. So you have the amino acid and you have your lifespan, which is determined by energy. Energy travels as an energy pack. So we see that our dream energy, which is the energy of the spirit, travels as an energy pack. And the dream energy is our indomitable spirit. It is our truth. It is our true interpretation of our soul. So the energy pack from our soul is the soul pack. And that is overriding everything. So when we look at the GANs, it is a window into the future, and we see that we can create the 3 basic GANSs, which are physical, but they have a connection to the plasmatic. And we've seen them manifest in our 5-cup system. And how does that look? That when we take down the individual components, they work individually, almost like the elementary elements. But when we put them in the cup of the universe, now we have a team that's going. So we understand that when we take the physical inventory of what's in the cup of the universe, and then we take the connections, and they are just physical. And then when we look at the chemical inventory of the environment, and we see, well, you know what, that's also physical. And we see all the components and how they are changed in their chemical nature, but this is all physical. So it's just like you have a kit, a musical kit, but you don't hear the music. You know all the individual components, but where does the music come from? And when do you enjoy the music? Only when you hear the music. So only non-tangible, non-visible state, but at least you can hear it in the audible state. So the point is that we have a windward side and a leeward side, and The difference is it's a watershed. We have some missing ingredients between our plasmatic reality and our physical reality. And so the GANS is doing some funny things which the physics and chemistry could not explain. So this is why we've gone out of range with those particular subjects. So we as knowledge seekers understand we are as physicality in the post-amino acid stage. After the amino acids are formed, we go through the DNA, the fatty acids, the protein, the cells, and more complex cells. So we see a progress from the simple and unstable to the complex and stable. So it's not to throw away all the science that we have, it's to understand that it has limitations, and we are crossing over to the other side where we don't have these limitations. We are in the pre-amino acid structure, the carbogen structure, where we are studying really nuclear decay and comparing it to what it means to be man-made. Well, we all like to watch. Well, the time for watching is over. We are now the detectives. We are the ones looking for clues. We are the ones finding the evidence. And we are the ones examining the evidence. And we are taking off the limits of the possibilities, because we understand that when we have the evidence that's missing is also evidence. And we know that because we started with our cups of life, and look what we created. Carbon GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, calcium GANs, water, and of course, amino acids. So now we look at the cup of the universe differently. It is a representation. It is an assist for us that each and every one of us in our own homes can do this and figure it out. And we will figure it out. Because the first thing we have to understand is that what we're talking about is the representation of our soul of the body. So we see the interaction of the two basic components of the cup of the universe, where we, in our brain, we create the copper GANs and the zinc GANs and the carbogen, and we have a home for our soul. The soul is protected within the soul of the body, and we have a relationship with the energy that is in motion. And when we look at the soul manifestation dimension, we find that it is consistent of the same thing: antimatter, dark matter, and the matter energy levels. And collectively, they create a Magrav condition. And each of these Magrav conditions is unique. They're all unique. This is the point that we have to understand, the uniqueness of each of these. And the collection by common denominator create a soul manifestation dimension, which involves a Magrav condition and a soul. So when we're looking at mass, which is fundamental to our existence, and we identify the different types of mass that we have, that goes from our soul mass, our spirit mass, mind mass, emotion mass, light mass. This all involves transcendence to the higher energy levels. And this transcendence, therefore, differentiates, is the watershed between the pre-amino acid condition and the post-amino acid condition. In other words, the pre-amino acid condition is our dream state. And to get into our dream state involves ascendance. The post-amino acid involves our awake state. That involves descendance. So between here and there is a transitory field strength. So transcendence, therefore, has a new meaning. You can do a range transcendence. We said the range involves the combination of the energy flow by transmission and transition. So in order to transmit the energy in a rotating field, you have to transition through the energy levels to ascend to a higher level, and then transmit via transcendence. And then once you get to your destination, transition back to your physicality through descendance. This same methodology can be done through dimensions. So in referencing dimension transmission and dimensional transition, it's the same thing. The dimension is involving a rotating field strength, and the transitioning in this field strength is the ascendance, transcendence, and descendance through the various energy fields. So whichever dimension you're in, whichever range you're in, this becomes your domain. And the transcendence between all of these is transmutation. It all involves plasma interaction because all things work in combination. And so the infinity loop is a representation of the magnetical gravitational pushing and pulling, and was seeking a Maggrav condition. But that Maggrav condition has to be in motion because there's always a residue. And so now we review the new atomic math. The neutron mass equals the proton mass and electron mass as per the periodic table of elements. But as per the plasma science, you have to add the mass of the PMTX and the mass of the mattergen, the mass of the antimatter, and the mass of the dark matter. This is the totality, and it's achieved through energy level balance and positioning. Okay, now, when we go to sleep, we find that a third of our time is spent sleeping. And I'm just talking in general terms. 2/3 of our time is spent in the awake state. So in the awake state, we consume energy. And we have to supplement that energy, and we do that through eating. But it's not enough. We have to go to sleep. So this is a unique condition of our awake state. So when we go into a sleep and we do this preparation, well, we can do that through suspended animation, or we can do that through daydreams. But the best one is when we go to sleep. And then we find the recovery is in the dream state. And so the dream state is an activation from the soul of the body. So the soul of the body gives its input from the dream state, and we can say, well, we only get 33% input from the spirit. And in our awake state, we get 66% input from our physicality. Two things I want you to notice. One is that if you total up the percentage here, you will find that it is not the totality. Something is missing, just like in our periodic table of elements. So there has to be a fudge factor in there somewhere, and we are going to discuss that next week. But the other thing you have to notice is that when you go into a higher energy state, the energy transfer is an order of magnitude at least once in a higher state. So to arithmetically say that the awake state is 2/3 and the dream state is 1/3, is not correct. So when we look at this input of our dream state, and we say, wait a second, 66% of our energy comes from man's universe and 33% comes from our dream state. I don't think so. Whatever comes from our awake state, which through general discussion is like really maybe about 20% of what we need in the awake state, it is nothing compared to what is coming from our dream state. And we're not 100% there. So we know that there's more coming from the universe. But this is also really not right, because our dream state is only a representative of our spirit dream state, our spirit dream state input. The deep state, the deep dream state is our soul of the man state. And if you want to do a 2-to-1 relationship, and even that wouldn't be accurate. So all the energy revitalization that we get from our soul doesn't just come from our soul of the body, it also comes from the soul of the man. You see, because that's how we got here. So the energy level of the soul of the man is higher. So when we're looking at regeneration, the soul of the man dictates the terms to the soul of the body, dictates the terms to the physicality. And so when we're talking about the vision enhancement units and the gift that we are offering to the US military to have free access for the US military for PTSD recovery, which involves the plasmagen interaction. And if you're asking, is it the soul enhancement or the spirit enhancement? The soul never lies. The soul never lies. The broken spirit is in pain. And so this is the gift that we're offering. And so we have to understand that the PM ticks are energy packs. They come together and they create a plasmagen field. That plasmagen field interacts with the inertia on this planet. And all of these interactions create a maggrav. So we have a plasmatic maggrav, we have a physical maggrav. We also have a transition maggrav, an energy state transition. And so when we want to go back to nature, we have to understand, no, we are nature. We are already here by design. We have come here to interact with the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth. And we didn't say which sun, and we didn't say which earth, and we didn't say which field, and we didn't say which soul. What we did say is that when someone asks you what is plasma, just tell them plasma is a kind of energy state, okay? And so you know in your dream state that that is an energy state. And what we're trying to do with the plasma science is to transcend the limitations of science. And because of the existential crisis that we're going through, when we say if important is not important, well, nothing's important. Our point of view in understanding this problem is absolutely vital. We are beyond the dream state. We are beyond the awake state. We are in the transmutation state from the soul of the man to the soul of the body to the physical body. And the transmutation involves a transformation of our souls and the transportation of our physicality. So what does that mean? That means when we define manifestation, And when we look at the stacker unit, that's how we see our reality. Because when two fields come together, they form another. But we didn't say where. Any formation of any field is a manifestation. It's the plasma feeding that leads to the manifestation. Okay, so therefore the manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, dark matter or light matter. And we're going to discuss that more next week, because there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. The manifestation of that, whatever it is always a form artifact. So we say even emotion of presence is a form artifact. A form artifact of what? Energy in motion. Energy in motion. So when we talk about dreamers, you know, what does it really mean? So men who pretend to talk about peace but don't work to achieve peace are not dreamers. That reality is an altered reality. This is the reality. There are vertical people and there are horizontal people, and the manifestation of this life is a manifestation of the matter-gen state. And the stacker unit is representation of the spine that we need to manifest the courage that we need to deliver the creature comforts that we need. And so this is more than an idea. It's more than a wish. It comes from the love of humanity, the love of this planet, the love of the universe. And that feeding is not discriminatory, except to say the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So we have a stacker feeding, and that stacker is feeding everything, all 70 trillion cells in our body and all 7 billion souls on this planet and beyond. And beyond. So what we're saying is that being man-made is understanding the role of man, but being man-made is not a bad thing. Misunderstanding the role of man is where we run into the problem, because when we're binding energy through self-serving means, in other words, at others' expense, then here's what happens. We become abusers and users. And to understand that man is not perfect, okay, but man has perfect free will. The fact that we're not using it is our problem. And genetic mutilation is not enhancement. It is post-amino acid. And this kind of burden is an eternal burden for those who are carrying that burden. So the universe has a different burden. It has an ethos, and that involves morality, compassion, and courage. And so what does that mean? Well, ethos constitutes ethical behavior. And ethical behavior abides by universal laws. So unethical behavior violates these universal laws. And so genetic mutilation is unethical, because genetic mutilation is post-amino acid. The universal community exists in pre-amino acid. And pre-amino acid is the common denominator. It is the ethical knowing that is our common denominator. You see, that is the truth. And this is why we have to go through this transition of knowing by connection. And so when we look at these, you're familiar with these tape measures, and they kind of represent that our connection comes from our mind. but it also comes from the souls, and the souls extend beyond. So we know the soul of the body dreams beyond the physicality. And we know that the universe is a large place. So the soul of the man exists with the universe, interacts with the universe. In order for us to do that in our physicality, we may have to do this. If we want to use the universal, the vertical enhancement unit, and cross the bridge of peace, we can only do that by ascending, transcending, and then descending. And the question comes, well, if you are doing that, and if your physical destination state is a representation of your dynamic transfer state, then first comes the awareness of the relationship as represented by the universal cup versus the stacker units. And then we understand that there's a connection. And what does it mean? The art of dreaming. Dreaming what? Connecting to what? This is the new skill, to understand that we have to unleash the soul of the man to encapsulate our existence and to determine our existence, because that is the truth. And if that is the truth, that means we have to go beyond the dream state. The battle between heaven and hell is strictly a transmission problem on this earth, in this range, in this domain. We can go beyond that. There is no battle here. We can go beyond the dream. The dream is real. And we will be bringing that to Arizona. Now, if we can transmute, if we can transmutate from our physicality into the soul of man, and then if we can transmutate from the soul of man back to our physicality, do we have to bring the baggage with us? If we have cancer in our physicality and we transmutate across the bridge, do we have to manifest in physicality and bring the cancer with us? So what goes around comes around. And this is why the Universal Council is not based in any kind of physicality. It is based in the universality. And the universal community understands these rules, but the universal community is also suffering these rules because we all have a common denominator. And that is, we need universal peace. So the physical imbalance that we face is a disruption of this peace. And so if we are going to cross the bridge of peace, we don't bring the baggage with us. The common denominator is the ethical knowing, not the physical pain. And we are the independent variable, and we are the messengers. And so the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is delivering plasma science into the public domain and asking for the signing of the World Peace Treaty, individually and collectively, to bring physical and emotional harmony and vitality to all the souls on this planet and all the souls in space and all the truth seekers. because as truth seekers, then we become patriotic difference makers. And that is the universal language of knowing. We are all universal earth patriots, and the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. Welcome to the new space age. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Alex. And we all thank you and all the teachers around the Keshe Foundation, as we are all students as well as teachers. And I was thinking about the picture of the Universal Cup you had showed there. Let's give Alex a rest for a minute or two while he warms up his coffee or just rests his voice. And as has been our tradition there, we just ask, is there anyone here for the first time that like to introduce themselves? I see a couple names I don't recognize, but I think most people are here and have been here. This isn't their first time. I saw Fernando. I don't know if you've been here before or perhaps in one of the other groups. You may like to introduce yourself, tell us where you're from. And of course, the floor is open for everyone. We've all patiently had our mics closed and didn't have any problems with mics basically today. Would someone like to get things started? If there's any, and of course, the Universal Council is here, and we always have the floor open to the Universal Council if there's anything they'd like to add to anything. As we
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Galip.
Oh, Galip.
I'm pleased to meet you, sir, and everyone here as well. Some names are familiar to me, and it was a very nice lesson. I live in Holland. I am a student, and I'm happy to learn more.
So you've been around the Keshe Foundation for some time, or?
A year now. I have just a year, and I'm trying to learn more, listening back to the teachings, and I've met some of the knowledge seekers, beautiful people, in the opening of Linz last month. And yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, we were all envious of you, Galib. You mean you went to Linz and went inside the exhibition?
Yes, yes.
Oh, beautiful. What was it like for you, if you would like to share anything? And I know I wanted to mention that there is a translation in Dutch on Thursdays that Fried does of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So you're welcome to come there as well. If you have a copy of the schedule, you can see it's in the room starts with 203, but it's a Dutch meeting and Fried translates. I think Fried is in Amsterdam, but you're welcome to join on Thursday for that. But tell us more about Linz. We'd all be happy to hear that and your actual interactions. Thank you, Galip.
Yes, I know that Brother Kai, he's also here, that he has also shared his experiences. And all I can say after that is that the most important thing that what I remember is the emotion of the connectedness and being one with the group. And at one point, Sir Brother Keshe also said that indeed that this was the goal, that we all became one, and in essence we're like a soul. And I must confess that I feel this every time that the Thursdays come again, that I feel just again connected with everyone, or on Tuesdays as well, and today as well, which I was happy that to hear the progression of spraying. And yeah, I don't know what else I can say. I was just beyond words, and I'm looking forward to see.
Galib, did we somehow lose you? You were right there.
Hello.
Yes, I think your mic closed. You were saying how fortunate it was to be there on Tuesday and Thursday.
Yes, yes, I feel, and I'm just looking forward to meeting more and learning more people and from people and this knowledge. And
And
that's all I can
apparently
say.
there's many knowledge seekers in the background in Holland. I know Mr. Kesh used to do many workshops over there. So there's many of your nationals or countrymen, I think, that have
Yes,
been there, but they've gotten a little scared offish.
we are in contact with Fried and with another
Beautiful.
knowledge seeker as well. And we are seeing how we can organize these people again and new ways as well. It needs to get picked up again, but many people,
Yes.
indeed, there is a basis.
Very good. Well, thank you for sharing and being here and supporting the foundation in whatever way. But yes, the fields stayed with you for a while after leaving Linz, or are
Yes,
you can
definitely.
connect right back there through your soul?
Well, they definitely, I felt them as I was coming closer. I came with the bus, and at one point, the closer I came, it was just clear that something was going on, something was there, and it was very strong. Like the first weeks, I was just completely all the time remembering the feeling of connectedness and being one, and it comes and it goes. Maybe that's my how to say, what I miss. Maybe every Thursday it comes again strongly
Yes.
with the teachings. I don't know what it's I think there's more variables. How much can I tune in, and how much does the rest of the soul of the man tune in? That I don't know. That's how I view it for now.
That's great. It's really nice to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank you
for
for having me.
sharing, and always feel free to open your mic anytime. This is a
Thank you.
round table and we're all equal here. And I know on Wednesdays this is the point in time that humanity is going to come together, at least initially, and everyone will be equal. All nations, all citizens of the nations will all be equal at this point in time. I don't know where it's going to lead to, but there's something special, I think, that's going to develop from it. Thank you, Caleb.
Yes, thank
Would anyone else like to offer a suggestion, or if there's anyone else here? I didn't mean to cut you off for the first time, or you've been in this meeting or around the foundation, you'd like to share anything, please feel free. Alex, have you warmed your coffee up? Or tea, perhaps?
Yes, I have. Thank you very much.
You know, I was looking again at that universal cup, and I was working on one of the let's say springs. It's not really a spring, it's a flat plate that I cut into a circle and made into a spring, so to speak. And it's flat, but yet it has that look from a distance of a spring. And then I have another one. But I was thinking, when Mr. Kesh said there's only one way to connect this correctly, and I was thinking, well, it has to be wireless. Obviously, the universe doesn't have any wires in it. But further on, I've been thinking the right way to connect it is the way you connect it. Could that be a possibility where there is no right way? The right way is how the person interacts with it or connects it. I think that's a distinct possibility than they're saying there's only one correct way to connect it. And that would be the way you connect it. Any comments from anyone?
Mark, this is Ed.
Hello, Ed.
I would think you may be partially right. This is just my opinion, of course, but I don't think you could just, I think what is required is understanding when Mr. Kesh originally taught this, he taught that we need to understand the interactions. This is a microcosm of the interactions of the universe to teach us how everything works and affects, and the fields interact with one another. And so I don't know if you could just haphazardly interconnect it, unless maybe your soul was directing you. But I think the proper way, in my understanding, would be consciously, and you connect it according to your understanding. And there may be different ways according to the what results you're after.
Right. It's almost like the soul of physicality connecting with the soul of the man. Is there a right way to do it, or is the right way the way you do it? Because I obviously can't connect your two souls together for transmutation. I can only maybe do mine.
There is a way that I would like to answer that question. So I think both of you are correct. But one of the things we found when we were trying to map the brain, and that had to do with water babies, because what had happened was portions of the brain were becoming unusable. So to recover from the loss of, shall we say, physical mobility in those parts of the brain, they were actually moved to other parts of the brain. And if they're moved to other parts of the brain, that only changes the position, but it doesn't change the connection, if you understand what I'm saying. So the fundamental connection, of course, is that we have the soul in the center, and we have the two hemispheres and how they work together and then cross over into the spine. So more than that, I really don't have the answer to your question. But the thing is that we can make a connection by knowing, by understanding the fundamentals of how the individual cups are working, and to see the pattern of the interconnections within the universal cup. But you have to also understand this, is that the connections change according to the conditions. So let's say, for instance, you're in the awake state. I would say that the connections would be of a certain way. And when you go into the sleep state, that the connections would be in a different way. There are points of connection that are common, right? There are points of connection between the physical construct and the soul of the body. And in fact, those points of connection are the strongest. The resident, the soul of the man, is literally interacting with the soul of the body. It is also interacting with the physicality, provided that there's a continuity of linkage. And so we see that for some, that linkage is broken. And that's the problem on this planet. And is that a flaw in the design, or is that a flaw in the interpretation of the design? So this is a tremendous question that you're asking. And as I say, we're in uncharted waters. So I have to enlist the services of the other souls.
Sure. I know when the nuclear plasma technology, he said this was a billion-year-old technology that we're an understanding that we're sharing with you. And didn't he say the same thing about this cup as well? That this is a billion-year-old knowledge we're sharing, and sharing some of the understanding about this. And again, we're all looking for Mr. Kesh to come in. I know he said he was traveling this week during the workshop, so they are looking for other things. But I think one of the reasons that we enjoy Mr. Kesh so much is because, as he says, he carries the knowledge of the universe. And as we understand, he's informed us, we all carry the knowledge of the universe, but he seems to be able to tap into it at will, where we're just sort of trying to get an understanding through this physicality in a way, but he's able to access it at will. And that's the point I think we're trying to all achieve as well, especially as creators.
Well, certainly, Mark, we all have different levels of skill and the way we apply our skills. So it has to do with our preoccupation. And so, you know, we like to delay the consequences because that's an opportunity that we have on this planet. But we really don't understand this delay in consequences and how it applies. And so this is one of the reasons that I'm going through this intermediate knowledge. Like next week, we're going to be talking about dilution and what that means. And partially that's also going to answer some of the questions. But two things we need to have is we need to ask the right questions. And then when we get answers, the problem, of course, is that it creates more questions. So there has to be a faster way. And the way that we do that is by transcending to higher energy levels. And I would submit to you that if you enlist the services of your soul, that those answers will actually come to you. Because I have a confession, you know, I'm in uncharted territory, and I am, you know, I'm running this class, and I have no access to classified information or to the advanced research. And this is actually, I'm okay with that. I have my own development to go through, just like everybody else, and
right.
I will not put myself in a position to prejudge anybody on their development that way. My only problem that I have on this planet is that those who have the capability are frittering away their opportunity, and others are not even making an effort. They have been so, shall we say, demoralized.
Yes.
So, but, you know, as Pearl Bailey said, you know, I've been rich and I've been poor. Rich is better. And we are all rich with this knowledge.
Right. As we know, wealth is not in the pocket, but in the knowledge of the universe, even though we've all been led to believe that wealth is in the pocket and building this physical throne here, or whatever. You know, Rick has put a question in the chat. Before I go there, though, I wanted to say that you did allow the tape measure to retract itself. I thought I distinctly heard that. And you know, when you play with a child that's seen that for the first time, they are so amazed of how the tape comes out, and then you just flip a button and it all goes back in. It's almost like retracting the soul of physicality into the soul in a way. And their faces just light up when they see it for the first or second time. How does that work? And
well,
he
thank
said,
you for noticing that.
yes, it can be done in an instant, as we know, just like with the fellow falling off the cliff, or in a slower way, I guess, you know, if when Christ was put on the cross, after about 30 minutes of pain, he said he was out of there. So I think it can retract a little slowly, or it can retract rather quickly, depending on your need. I mean, if you fall off a cliff, you better retract it within seconds. But if you're, let's say, having to get one of these things and it makes you sicker and sicker, and every time you get an add-on, it continues to make you sicker, that may be a slower process to learn this transmutation. But the beauty is that we can, I mean, you're basically untouchable. And of course, Christ couldn't manifest himself as the same looking individual. Otherwise, Mr. Kesh said he walked off the cross. Well, his body was still on the cross and he appeared in the crowd probably as another man, or maybe it was in the tomb where he appeared again for the first time.
So that's a good point, Mark, because, you know, as we transport ourselves, obviously, you know, we can't transport ourselves on a magic carpet. So we have to transcend to a different energy level, because the whole universe exists in energy. And then if we desire to remanifest into our physicality, are we going to manifest into the code of our physicality, which is, you know, our DNA, or are we going to manifest into the code of the soul of the man? So through, what I'm saying is, through the transportation via the transcendency, and it has to go across a bridge, and that bridge has to be peace. So the emotional context will change and the physical context will change. It has to, because now it is up to the soul of the man to transmutate into the physicality, isn't it? What do you think about that, Mark?
I'll leave it open, but I do want to apologize to Mr. Velasco. He says you go so fast for translate. I apologize, not even realizing that there's a translation going on, so.
I apologize also. I think you notice I have slowed down a lot, but
Don't worry, I'm just trying.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you so much. You know, if you do this with the what do you call it, copy, the recording, and then that'll be easier. And we're all working hard to make that easier for everybody, because as you are aware, we have made a strong commitment to the new universities. So that also came out on Thursday, and that was, my God, wasn't that great news?
Yes, and Diane has put blessings, everyone. Thank you for the teaching, Alex. Rick has put in a question, which I'll get to in a moment. Jefferson said, wow, thank you, Alex. You opened many doors to the knowledge. And amazing flight. Claudia said, thank you, Alex. But Rick's question, that came up in my mind this week as well, where Rick's question is, why is the Lentz exhibit in the only country with extreme measures? I mean, maybe that is now, but it looks like they're possibly all could go that way. But yes, we saw the first exposition center being closed because of the government needing that particular location, but it's all good to conduct, I guess, testing and other things, but it seems kind of strange. And then, of course, now we go, and I know Mr. Kesh said they had the full support of the government, but why is the Lentz exhibit in the only country with extreme measures?
No. The Lentz exhibit came first.
Right, but we're talking the second one, which Mr. Kesh announced last Sunday that they would be going into an extreme, and I think it was announced publicly on Monday that I read an article along those
but
lines.
our center opened on the 2nd of October, and preparation is always done in advance, right? So the mental manifestation was in place before the physical manifestation happened, and that was before everything else had happened. So
We know there's no coincidences, correct? Here or
Well,
in the universe.
why is the answer? Nothing comes from nothing.
I think Salamia would like to come in. I see her mic is open. If not, I
Yes.
can close it for you. Hello, dear.
Lovely to listen to all of you. Lovely teaching and talking. I have a question for Mr. Alex concerning carbogen, plasmagen, mattergen. If he can elaborate more, I didn't understand quite well. And I would like to transfer the knowledge and to be sure I understood well.
Yes, she's reading my mind. That I was going to ask Alex if he could review a little bit on these gens. We see nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen. Now
Yeah.
you're coming in with terms carbogen, mattergen, plasmagen.
Yes.
Certainly. The thing is that the oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen are gases, where carbon is a lump of coal. So the carbon which we think of is not the carbon that is part of the amino acid. So when we see the amino acid, that is the transcendence of these gases. So carbon itself is not a gas. The only gas that you have of carbon is actually carbon dioxide. So that would be a carbon with 2 oxygens. But we're talking about elemental things here. What was amazing to me was that as teachers, we've made so many mistakes when we talked about the amino acid creation, that how many times have we said carbogen? And it just seems so natural. But what was amazing to me that there actually is a carbogen. And what it is a compression of carbon dioxide with oxygen. And so the chemical formula for carbogen is CO4. So there actually is a carbogen. So it is a gas. So it is a gas that is a manifestation in a plasma state of the elemental particle or the elemental atom on the periodic table of elements. So the deficiency is really in the periodic table of elements because they're all elementary. And that's not the way the universe works. The universe works in combination. So our physicality works with the substructure of the plasma state. So the plasma reality is the substructure for a physical reality. And the adaptation of the physical reality is fed back to the plasma reality. And then the plasma reality adapts. And that's where we get the adaptation or the interaction with the inertia. We get the plasmatic manifestation coming from the interaction of the plasmatic reality with the physical reality. And it is dynamic because our environment is always changing. And why this was important, and I discussed that today, so I just wanted to emphasize this point again. Our inertia, interaction that we can see is earthbound. But what if we were on another planet? So we would have the opportunity to have a physical manifestation within our earthbound representation. That is to say, you know, we have 2 legs and 2 arms and a head. And but what happens if we go to another planet and they have all 4 arms? And so we show up with 2 arms, then, you know, we become the freaks. So maybe what we might want to do is have a physical manifestation of 4 arms ourselves. So this throws a whole different point of view on the matter here. We can, if we're going to re-manifest physically, then that re-manifestation is going to be predicated by our environment. So the manifestation of our physicality is dependent on the interaction with the inertia. Inertia of what? So depending on the environment of what? Is it the range on this planet? Is it the dimension of this planet? Is it an interplanetary dimension? Is it the dimension of another planet or a dimension of another universe? So all of these possibilities are now on the table. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. Our viewpoint is earthbound. The universal community's viewpoint is spacebound. And the reason we're in quarantine is because we have a missing ingredient. And that missing ingredient is understanding the ethos of the universe. Is that a failing of God? Or is that a failing of man failing to interpret the intentions of God? And so fundamentally, if God is the creator of life on this planet, and that intention is a universal intention, then where do we come up with the notion that we can usurp the intention of God and impose our will on that? Because our understanding of the universal laws is on a lower energy level, and that energy is binding, and the universe does not operate that way. Okay, so wherever our understanding of our physicality has not been determined in the teaching. It only happens to be referenced Earth because we're on Earth. But this teaching transcends other communities, and there are other communities. You know that because you were born, and you didn't come from nothing. So if you want to know what is going on, then you have to understand the universal order of creation of matter. And so, as has been repeated many times, including today, this has been the basis of the knowledge from the very beginning, the thousands of hours of teaching. All of this is teaching us about life and how we need to learn and what it is that we need to learn.
Thank you, Alex. Jason, would you like to voice your question if you're still with us? I think, Salamia, did you finish your, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
No,
Yes.
thank you for your question.
Lovely.
Okay. We're expecting another question shortly. Thank you. Jason, would you like me to read your question, or would you like to read it or restate it anyway? I think I have an answer for you, but Jason? Jason says, where is the benefit of the exhibit being seen in Austria? Would anyone like to answer that question?
There's two answers, Mark. One answer, it has to be somewhere. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is we have the 5+1 peace process.
That was
starting
my
now.
answer. One word, Vienna.
So there you go. That is the answer. So something has to be something as opposed to something else. So it's there.
Yes, and I brought that up to Mr. Kesh in the first Linz exhibition there, and I said, gee, isn't it coincidental or curious that the peace talks, the 5+1, are going on in Vienna and you're in Linz, and they're both in Austria? He said it's no coincidence.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. Can I?
Hello, Dean. Yes, glad to hear you. You've been working so hard. You finally got out of that television network and came back to the matter state. You must have been inside all those computers or something, doing some sort of work. We haven't heard from you in a minute.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I've been in the matter state for quite some moments. Yeah, dealing with some issues that obviously the condition in Vienna is affecting Linz and vice versa. You have that plasmatic condition of the weaker and the stronger feeding the weaker. In the moments today, so I had some experiences today. So I went into the middle of my 5 stacker systems. So I have 3 of them, and I walked into the middle, and I give from my soul to elevation of the soul of the demonstrations that happened, that took place today in Linz. And it's not something that I would normally ever attend or go to, because I don't connect with those sort of things, but I was present for another reason. And so I was part of this, and took a point of view of being an observer, standing to the side. But in the same instance, before I went, I preconditioned the souls to a peaceful condition. And I gave freely and unconditionally from my soul to the elevation of the souls and the soul of the demonstration. And I did hear that in Vienna, they had some scuffles and some certain things were happening. To what extent, I don't know. I haven't seen any footage, so I can't really comment. But the one in Linz today was extremely peaceful. There were lots of colorful characters, colorful souls in the manifestations of their bodies. There were many people coming together in unity as one, but not demonstrating the wordings on the placards and things were not words of trying to go against a party or a government or anything like this. They were just coming together as humanity and standing up and saying, we don't accept this, and we would like another position. And they're starting to understand that it's no good opposing this and causing a friction, causing that interaction, that plasma interaction, by fire with fire. It doesn't achieve anything. And so I'm going off the mark a little bit here. So one interaction I had was, I was stood very peacefully to the side watching this demonstration go by. And I was stood up, raised on this sort of concrete, like a chair thing or something, with a lot of other people stood along this big embankment. And there were some certain interactions going on in front of me. And I decided to, in that moment, to spray the peace dome in front of me and to give again in that very moment to that situation. And within, I would say within 20 seconds, 30 seconds, there was a lot of people in front of me. Within 20 to 30 seconds, I had a field strength that obviously showed, because there was a definite circle around me, and I would say that I was left with about, I don't know, 10 people maybe in the inner parameter, and one or two close to me, maybe more, 3, maybe 4 possibly. But there was a definite distinction, a definite separation of the souls as I brought this condition to that particular environment. And I got the field effects very, very dramatically in front of me. With the souls, I saw this distinct banding of a filtering of the souls. And the whole of this demonstration today was very peaceful. There was lots of noise and the usual thing, but it was not a demonstration where it would be in a way. Sometimes I don't know if any of you have ever been to these sort of things where I've seen in the past where you get people come along. They can either be boisterous or all sorts of things going on, but none of that seemed to happen today. And it was peaceful. There were lots of family there, and there were lots of different, as I said, colourful characters. And they seem to all come together as one. And I think that it was there was a change today. There was definite change, and I think the conditions of being present with the knowledge, being present with the Universal Council, and privileged to be part of the knowledge of the wishes, and so being within the stacker system and preconditioning and giving from my soul to the souls of this demonstration, it seemed to me on a personal level, but it did seem to me that the soul's interaction was definitely present, and it seemed to be very beneficial. And I did wonder to myself how big an influence we could have. And I think today, as a small experiment of the magraphs of the souls that were present, I witnessed in my physicality a definite field strength of the souls, and I physically saw it with my eyes and sensed it through my senses as well. So it was a great experience. And that was one of many. There were lots of other interactions as well. I also pre-sprayed the Peace Dome as well. There was just at the top of Linz, there's the Blue Danube. So this very big expanse of water, this very big river that flows through Linz, and it also flows out to many different locations in different countries. And I sprayed at the top of this hill, the Peace Dome. There was some plasma waters that I'd taken along with myself. In fact, now that I think about it, I had quite a lot of plasma water in my backpack. And this may too have had an influence on the surrounding souls, because I was carrying a lot of plasma water with me. I didn't think it was too wise to try and spread the plasma waters in front of all the policemen and the others. I'm not sure they'd have quite understood it. So I didn't do that in those moments. I pre-did it. But it was a definite, I sprayed with my thoughts and intentions, as I've explained just now. And there was a definite field strength that I know had a significant part to play within this matter state condition of this particular event that went on in Linz in this very day.
Very interesting reporting, Dean.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was as I said, it's not something I would normally do, Mark. I was only there to be support for somebody, and as I said, it's not something I would normally do because it's in the matter state, and I know we don't need to do that. We don't need to be present, but sometimes I think to be present, sometimes in physicality, to aid humanity and to bring it forward to a position. Sometimes we have to be present in the physicality. I sense, and in each and every one of us, maybe not all of us, are in physical bodies, and in our environments we have a direct, with the knowledge and with the understanding we have, and with this like the beautiful. I'm sorry, I've come in very late tonight, and I've just listened to some of it, Alex. I know I understand the beauty of your of the teachings that you're giving. And one thing I have noticed, just going up again, is the way you've all grown, Alex, from the beginning, from when you first started to where you are now. Your plasmatic conditions and the way that you speak and the feel strength you give is expanded greatly, and it's a pleasure to listen to you, as Jalal and many other teachers. It's quite incredible the feel strength that you are gathering, and as I said, that's quite something. Thank you very much for that.
If I could,
I think that's all for now.
could I ask you a question before we go to Hassan? I think he had his mic open. He may have a question as well. But, you know, Mr. Kesh said he's going to make these centers of excellence or wellness centers present in each of the capitals of each nation state. Now, we know the new facility is in Linz, correct, Dean? How close is that to Vienna?
To when they call it, so it's WEIN. So they would, Vienna would be, I think it's about 70, 80 kilometers away, something like this. I think I'd need to check. I've not, to be honest, I've not been there. But being present through the Universal Council and other things, I'm present there constantly. I know the conditions that are coming. I know these peace talks that are going to be present there. I've been speaking about this and aware of this. And so my MAGRAV is connected to those, the negotiators and the negotiations, as we all are. And I wish with all my heart and soul for peace on this planet. And I know that this will be a very big plasmatic condition, started through the core of Mr. Kesh as that wonderful magnet that first came here. A long time ago, in many moments ago, and it's coming to fruition now. And as you rightly pointed out, Austria is being, it has a great field strength now. There's a lot going on in Austria, and well beyond my knowledge of the understanding of the politics and everything else to do with it. However, on a plasmatic level, I know the souls are being touched and gently caressed and guided to the beauty of this knowledge.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Mark.
Can I just ask Dean a question? Hi,
Sure,
Dean.
please. Hi, Gail.
Hi. I just wanted to ask you your opinion, and actually Alex and Mark and anybody else. How do you see us actually connecting to each other? Because I was moved to, you know how you do the hands above the head and that's sort of thing to use your free plasma. But is it our intent we want to connect? I've got this feeling of connections, you know, the infinity loops between all of us. And I even called my friend I'm always able to communicate to her just from my soul. And, you know, just to join together. Is that what we should do? I mean, is just our thinking or our intentions, as you say, of being together?
I think so, Gail. I in my interactions, in my thoughts, when I go to, I don't need to go into the stacker system. I connected with that system no matter where I go, and I know that I can. That's one plasmatic condition of the GANs from my thoughts and my intentions has come into the matter state and produce this GANs, the gas in a nanosolid state. And from that position, the manifestation of my thoughts and intentions are connected with everything. And the same with all of us. And as you said, in these moments, we've been, Mr. Kesh is telling us to come together very much so and to be connected constantly. And ever since Mr. Kesh has said that, I have, whenever I catch myself in a position, I try to connect and I try to put a protection around humanity in these moments constantly. And so that connection is with all of you guys, and all the field strength that you've gathered and you have, that as plasmas, as magravs, we are connected. We just need that thought and intention to build the field strength, to get that filtering and to melt away some of the filters of a certain field strength that are not required, and to build on the ones that are required and that give us this this connection and give us that field strength so that we can change the matter state with this connection. And it is a thought. It really is a thought. It's a plasmatic thought, an intention. And I know it has a massive effect on the matter state, especially when you carry this knowledge and you have the teachings and you draw on the higher order into the matter state. And through the plasmatic conditions we have come to understand, we are becoming extremely, we're awakening once more to the true divinity and ability of the cosmic universal knowledge that's been within us all, always.
Yeah, I think
we do, Gail. Sorry, Gail, can't carry on. Sorry, Gail.
no, that's good. I'm happy to hear. Thanks.
Thank you,
Gail. Thank you, Dean. We have another world traveler here, Hassan, and hopefully we'll all become world travelers very soon in the matter state with the flight enhancement system. But Hassan, would you like to share something, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and happy Sunday to all. Almost is the end of the Sunday, and thank you for the platform to share. I want to share something, an exercise. We have been talking about how we can connect our soul. As Dean said, and as all you know, our souls are connected. We know we have a soul, but to be aware of it, do we know our soul? How can we get to know our soul? One of the exercises that I do, I go outside of me. Like, for example, if I'm in a conversation with a client or with somebody, I stand outside and observe myself in that physical interaction and to see how I am interacting with that person. And as I am there, you know, we talk about we can do that every Wednesday, but then we can extend it to Tuesday. So when we can do this, to observe ourselves in a physical world, in our physical interaction day to day, because when we get too busy with our life, sometimes we forget about our soul. We know we have a soul, but we just kind of live our physicality. But if we can just be outside and see ourselves, how we behave, how we do, the judgment comes first. We judge ourselves. So as we do this, we get to know our physicality. So I know, oh, okay, this is my physicality. And then I get to know my emotion. What do I do through the emotion, and how do I show myself in physicality? In a way, I become humble, and that humility that I see myself, that humility feeds me. So basically, I lower myself, lower my physicalities, my demand, my image of myself in the physical world. So I'm more aware of there is another world. I try to connect to that soul. We talk about other entities, other existence, like a tree, like a plant. When you're outside in a park or in a garden, and as you look at the plant, you're basically, again, you go outside and look at everything as these are the souls and these are the images of God, and you're connected. So you feel yourself outside of these. And you can expand this. As you look into the sky, you expand this, the connection again, outside of your physicality, that there is a connection to you, to that star, to that planet, to the galaxy, and then keep expanding this. And then you realize you're connected to every entity, any existence in the universe. So there is a line of connection. we know it, but the question is understanding it, be aware of it. The awareness is the key, I think. When you're aware of it, when you're aware of your soul and get to know your soul, how do I know your soul? How do I know my character of my soul, the emotion of my soul, the school of thought of my soul? To me, that exercise helped to be outside. I do ask from my soul, like I pray, and at night before I go to bed, sometimes I ask my soul, and then I have a dream, particularly the answer to that question that I get from my soul. Or sometimes I get a voice, something that it tells me, do this or don't do that. And I know this is a communication. So I started a line of communication with my soul. And when we start thinking this way and connecting, and we said we're expanding it 24/7. So when you exist, when you walk, when you wake up, when you live your everyday life and you're with other people, you start feeling the connection with others. So you no longer see yourself as physicality, because the moment we open our mouth and we start talking, that physicality starts talking. And when we always ask, who is I? When I say I am, who is that I am? And sometimes we lose ourselves, that who is that me? Who is this? Is this the Hassan who's talking, or is the Hassan the soul of Hassan? I mean, all of these. And then we say, when we listen, when we are more quiet, when we go inside and we see who we are. So the answer is by going more inside. And when we're quiet, when we're meditating or whatever, or when we get to the condition of unconditional love for all, and then we start have that feeling and connection. I have done some breathing technique. I think some of the breathing technique may bring that. I have been able to bring my soul right to my skin, expansion of it right to the skin, and looking through the eyes, which was not me, looking to in the room, and it is extraordinary. But I was scared, because there was a fear of what happens if I cross the line and go to the other side. Will I be able to come back? So this, I think the breathing technique is another one. So if we lower our basically heartbeat, because there's a connection in our brain, in our soul, with the two sides of the brain, our lung and heart. So if we can adjust this, we may be able to open that door. But before even we get that, we need to feel our soul. We need to just feel it, that exists. It no longer that is only I just know I have a soul, but now I understand it, I feel it, I wake up with it, and that's sort of a connection that I'm trying to convey to you, that that's how we sing. And the more we feel that, the more we understand it, the more humble we become. And then there's going to be detachment from this physicality, and try to fall in love with it, because then you start falling in love with that existence within you, which created you. And that existence within us that created us, that is connected again to all the other existence. And that line of existence, that line of soul that exists, and that line connects to the creator. And then you can see your connection now. So this way, then I start connecting to my community, to you guys, to everybody, by practicing that I'm connected to you every day and expanding it. And it's amazing. Then you start feeling the energy of a big crowd, big community. I mean, the energy is almost intensified. And then this way we can communicate, we can elevate each other, and then we can always be present because we feel it. It's almost like a copper wire that has been oxidized, and then you make it shiny and you just kind of make it brighter. So make sure that there's no obstacle here. Yeah, that's sort of an exercise that I thought that we can do. And the breath is also very important. And then try to be more in unconditional love. And the more we reach that point of unconditional love and humility, we feel it more. And then the connection becomes more. And then we feel, it's good to feel that unity with all. And that's a sense of selfless. And actually, there was one of my students, she communicated with me regarding her experience. She was living in a small town and she lost everything in her life due to the earthquake. So she put up a tent in the square and asking for public help. And people were pouring and helping her. And she felt such an unconditional love to everybody, even somebody who didn't have anything would come and give her something. I think that physical condition put her in a situation of she started loving everybody. And then she said she started seeing this tunnel of light, and then she got courageous and she went through it. And then she traveled through her soul from a roof to roof, from city to city, and then decided she she likes to be in the water. So she basically even put her toes in the ocean. And she said, one day I saw an airplane crashed in the water, and I'm trying to tell everybody, it's okay, the help is on its way. And then she said, when I came out, I saw in the news there was a plane crash on Hudson River. So that was actually, she was present through her soul in a real time. And she has been able to go to communicate with other races. She said, I was among other races in a setting, and everybody was showing the magic. They were magicians, like almost you show magic. And she says, I didn't understand what this guy was doing. Whatever he did, everybody awe and ooh and excited. And then I asked somebody, he's not doing anything. He said, well, he does, but you haven't reached the point of understanding of what that person is doing. I think, as from planet Earth, we haven't reached to the, understanding some of the races, maybe, as Mr. Cash says, if somebody come from that part of the cosmos, I mean, they're magicians than us, but they're no different than us. They know more than us. So I just want to share, this with us, and that we're all connected through one line, and which is a common denominator of all of us. And that connection is our soul. And that connection connects to all the entities, all the races, all the existence, and the creator, which is another dimension. But we are playing in a physical domain, the life that we have on planet Earth. This is the life that we're playing in a physical domain. And then when we are able to basically bring that physicality in, and the soul encompasses that, then we are in a situation or an energy level, then we are able to, through our soul, which is a common denominator, we can access any part of the universe. And then we can manifest ourselves again in another part of the universe, and we are able to play, to live in another physicality, in another domain, in another life, and be able to play in that watershed again. And then if we decide again, we can move on to another place. And I mean, the science of the creation is very simple. I mean, that's how I see it. It's very, very simple. So just the world of physicality we're living is just a different form. It's different, a strength of magnetic gravitational field. We manifest ourselves under the condition of the earth in that shape. It's only here. But then if we are in another place, due to the pressure of magnetic field in another part, we manifest ourselves to another form. And maybe somewhere in the universe, we're not able to really manifest ourselves in physicality. So again, it tells us that the condition is not there. We cannot hold on to something that we can hook on. Basically, the way I see the manifestation or inertia to be in physicality is almost like a hook, that you can hook on something. And what is it that you can hook onto? That thing is a field, is some sort of a gravity that it holds in that space, that you can hook onto that gravity and then you exist. But if that doesn't exist, there's nothing you can hook onto. Again, I try to explain that in a simple way in my own tongue. So, and thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. That's very beautiful. I'm definitely going to try that. I've never even really thought about that, observing yourself, having your soul observe your physicality in a way from a distance and how you're interacting and so on and so forth. I know what solidified it for me. I don't know if it was in a recent workshop or in some of the archives and so on, where Mr. Kesh said that your soul is built on top and above the soul of the creator. So if we know a stone has a soul, the creator's in that soul. And if you can't reach it, you can go to the level of the creator. And then you see the direct connection to everything, because the creator's in every single cell, and the soul of that cell is built on top and above of the soul of the creator. But that's a beautiful exercise, Hassan, to do this.
I mean, if I share a screen on a whiteboard, I can show you the connection.
Please, yes.
Yes, thank you, Hassan.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And I just noticed another world traveler has joined us as well, Hassan.
If we take this is our existence, this is us. Basically, it's a plasma of my body, another person, my soul inside of me, and what is the emotion, and this my physicality. But the shape can be different. I mean, for example, on planet Earth, I would get this shape. But the same existence, the same form exists. And then this could be a stone, or this could be a manifestation of the tree, right? So what is the common denominator with all of us? Is this. Even a stone has a soul. And what is the common denominator of that stone with everything else? It's its soul. And this common denominator is connect with everything. And if there is a galaxy here, and this galaxy also has billions or trillions of the soul, we are connected through all of them through the same common denominator. And then we go to the creator that exists in our common denominator. The creator does not exist in basically in physicality, even though creator created the physicality, but it is connected through, we are connected to a creator through this common denominator. And this is our connection, but we're not aware of it. Now we know it. When we're aware of it, it's very important, because the awareness creates another dimension. You see, when we say God created man in the image of himself, that's through the common denominator. Everything, the tree, the fish, right? That also has the same common denominator. So when we are able to travel through this common denominator, we can go to inside of an atom. So we can also go and sit inside of a fish to see how a fish feels. And we can travel and we can manifest ourselves here in another galaxy. Here, maybe we exist as with several legs and arms, a different manifestation, but we still have the same common denominator. So then this way we realize we're all equal, we're all the same, because we're all connected through one dimension, and that's the dimension of the creator. But we live in a 3D dimension, a physical world dimension, the physical world that we live in. That's what we say this is an illusion. The physical world is an illusion. What created us? We created from egg and sperm. What created, basically, that egg and sperm, that this amalgamation, this interaction created the soul of us, right? This is only an illusion. In fact, we were created through the common denominator of all these two, which created our soul. And then our soul gave the manifestation to our physicality. And then we became a man with legs and feet. But again, this is an illusion, because what created us is the soul, and we connected through this common denominator. So by being aware of it and connect to it, that my physicality is only an illusion, I think that would bring a humility to us and awareness to it. And then we can start seeing everybody around us through that connection. When I say when we come out and we look at ourselves with somebody else that I'm talking to, I'm doing business. So I can see my physicality. Am I doing the right conduct? Am I working from my pocket? Or I'm only serving in this physical world? Because what is inside of me, I'm trying to nourish that. You see, our birth is only to raise that beautiful sun that's inside of us, which was created. That's the purpose of this physicality. It wasn't for us to live in a physical life and have 10 cars or a mansion and attach to this physicality and have more ownership. And that's what the man has come today, to have more ownership. And we're basically understanding the soul that no, we're not here to own more. The purpose was to basically raise this baby, this existence that within me, and is so precious, and we fall in love with it. So by our connections to others, by connection to ourselves, we're creating this awareness that we are connected. And I think it makes us stronger and stronger. And by being more humble, we need less of a physicality. We may be able to even eat one meal a day. We don't even need to eat a lot of food, because our soul starts feeding us, because that itself, there's an awareness. I mean, I don't eat much anymore, because I think doing this exercise and being humble to it, my soul feeds me, and I'm always conscious of what I do. Am I going to take anything from my soul? Am I adding to my soul? And the fact that my soul communicates with me through my dream, and I know this is just this is a reality. I mean, when I get a real answer to my question in my dream, it's exciting. So I know there is something inside of me that communicates, and it wants me to be safe. So why should I be afraid of tomorrow? So basically, my soul is going to lead me, and even my death is not the end of me, because my purpose here to raise that beautiful thing, beautiful sun inside of me, and make it stronger and shine more and more. And the more we are detached, we let go of that physicality. Basically, our connection becomes stronger with Creator. I mean, we come to the point when we detach from all the physicality, that's when we can shine, basically, we can shine with the Creator. You see, I created man in the image of myself. And a peach tree, it tells its fruit, I created my peach in the image of myself. So if you take a seed of a peach tree, which is an image of a tree, and you're planting it somewhere, what do you get? You get a peach tree. A wheat is the image of the wheat in a way, because it has all the attributes, everything that is in the wheat is in that wheat seed. So when you plant that seed, you get a wheat flower, you get a wheat plant. But if you tell the wheat, you have the image of that plant, The weed doesn't believe it. He says, I'm a little itty bitty things. How can you tell me I can be a plant? Or if you tell a peach seed that you become a peach tree, the peach seed says, I'm so small. How can you tell me I can be a peach? That is exactly where we are. When we say we are the image of God, basically our soul has everything that God created, put it in us. So we can be a creator of our own world. We can be basically shiny as the creator. It's all up to us. If we put a seed of a peach in a good fertile soil in the right condition, what do you get? You get another beautiful peach tree, which is going to give the same fruit. So if we do the same thing, if we condition ourselves in the best condition, the way we take care of our children, we take care of our soul will become the same, another image of God, that it can create another life, it can create another universe, is a creator. I hope I made it
very
clear.
clear. Yes, beautiful.
Thank you.
Gail, did that help solidify it for you a bit more?
From many angles, yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you, San.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And anyone else have something they'd like to add? And not to touch a sore subject, but Mr. Kesh has put in the American Corona team. There was someone who was trying to get some questions on a product, and I almost answered this person, but he said, "Aloha, everyone. Can anyone help me?" Now, just remember that if you're going to do anything like this, the foundation will sooner or later get after you. So whether you're in China, United States, Mexico, Brazil, and so on, and I don't need to mention the name of the person, but it says, we have advised that his product has no certification and KF name or GANS name is used to deceive. These are copies and cannot have any purpose, as we have never released the content of glasses as newly developed technologies in the past 12 to 18 months. He has caused death of individual in one country. We have been told selling fake and giving medical instruction, and caused massive damage to a lady in Canada by selling and giving illegal medical advice using KF fake name, product, and name. We have started legal action about him and his Italian companies he used in legal action in Italy. He called himself doctor, and this fools people to think he is medical doctor, and this is another problem. So just remember, if you're going to go outside of the foundation, you may be okay for a moment, but sooner or later, the foundation will get after you, because we don't want any bad press, so to speak. And this could lead to, and I know people are doing it in different locations and so on. So for those who listen to this recording later on, please be advised, do not go outside of the foundation to sell products as certified cash or what have you, because sooner or later, the foundation will go after you and correct the situation, just to protect its own good name. So I just thought I'd add that, because this has been an issue in certain places, and I don't think it is in the United States, but I don't know all the ins and outs, but other countries have, people have taken advantage of the products and the vulnerability of someone in need that's looking for something. And we just want to warn you that this is not acceptable, and it won't be tolerated. If you want to be part of the foundation, apply to be a distributor and distribute the cash well-made manufactured products that actually do work. So thank you for that brief interjection, and thank you, Hassan. Please, anytime you'd like to share, that was great.
You're welcome. Anytime that, if you have any questions, I'll be, more than happy to open. And, I speak very simple. And as I said, I see the creation very simple. The science of creation is very, very simple. And one of the advice that I said to my student, if we look at the knowledge of creation like a 5-year-old child, we understand it better because it's our own dogma, it's our own filters that won't allow us. And that was my challenge, because for many years, it was right in front of me. I mean, it kept saying over and over and over again, I created man in the image of myself. I mean, listen to the words, it's right in front of you. And because we're thinking, this has to be much more difficult. It has to be very complex. How can I be? I'm so small. I'm nobody. I'm nothing. But then as we go into it, then we realize who we are. We're the image of the Creator. Not to be arrogant, but what is our purpose? I'm not here to live this life to hold on to this physicality, because you realize this physicality is only an illusion. So to have 10 houses, and even if they give you the planet Earth, it's nothing. You can create another planet Earth. You can be creator of a solar system. So why would I hold on to this? My future is much brighter than this physical life. This physical life is only a school that I interact and I learn. Beyond that, I can create a galaxy if I want to. I can go further and further. It depends on what I want. God created me in his own image. It wouldn't be just if I'm going to hold on to a mediocrity. So there's a potential in me, all the attributes that God gathered and is in his existence, then he puts inside of me, and I'm not aware of it, and I'm holding on to these little things here on planet Earth, and I'm lost. I mean, once we become aware of it, then we have to do the walk, and we fall in love with what's inside of us. So this physical body is just, then we realize what an illusion it is. But again, we need to understand it. We need to feel it. And I think the exercise that I shared with you and some other exercise, because the once you start feeling your soul, the interaction, then you just say, oh my gosh, I mean, that is inside of me. I can see it's talking to me through my dream. It's real. Or the voice. Then you have a different feeling. Now it's like the same thing as how much you love your children, then you're going to fall in love with your soul. And would I do anything to harm my soul? Not at all. I mean, I'm watching everything that I say, and I don't want to do anything to harm that, because I want to raise it to shine.
Hassan, Jean, would you tell us anything? Are there public meetings in Farsi that people can attend, or is it only private meetings of the Keshe Foundation?
No, we have a public teaching on Wednesday that I teach. Basically, I translate Thursday teachings, and also I share my understanding of the teaching. So that's in a Q&A. I share with you something else. This is also a manifestation to the connections that we are. 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, I had this voice inside of me, and then which basically it shows me what God is. I mean, what the Creator. And then as I'm waking up, I started connecting all the lines, all the dots, and I realized it matches with all my learning and understanding. And I wanted to basically leave a message for Mr. Keshe that this is something I discovered, but I was so excited. I couldn't, my excitement was so much. And I started going back into the soul teachings in the workshops of 170 to 176, 177. So I said, I got to share this with my student. I got to share that. But what I shared, it's hard to explain. It's hard to teach this. I mean, how could I be, I studied those workshops 15 to 20 times in 2017. How come I didn't get the message? How come I didn't learn that? I mean, I was fooled for 4 years and all of a sudden now I understand it. So how can I teach this? Teaching is very difficult. I mean, what I understand, what I saw very clearly, it is so clear. When you see something, when you understand it, it's just amazing. But to teach that, how can I tell anybody about this? So I went back to workshops 170, and I started translating and teaching those workshops for 5 weeks. And I told my students, be ready for the final message. Be ready. I'm preparing you for final message. There was one of the workshops, I think it was 174, 175. And that was in that teaching, Mr. Cash was saying that's the end of the religion, Islam, Christianity, and all of them. And I was just thinking, oh my gosh, if I translate this now in the Farsi, and am I going to create a mayhem here now between this whole thing that we're trying to make the connection with Iran and everything, and am I going to create a problem? So I was thinking even to edit that part, or maybe rephrasing it, or don't say anything. And interesting things on the Thursday, Mr. Cash in the teaching exactly repeated the same thing. So I knew very clearly in my mind, in my next teaching, it's okay, I can say everything that was there. And I did. So I can see the connection that we all connected through the soul. But again, this is an understanding. This is my, I feel it. I feel this connection. I don't see anything as an accident. This is all, happened for a reason, because we're connected. We're almost like a team. I always feel like, we as a teachers here with Mr. Cash, who's our teacher, we almost play like a basketball, like we throw the ball at, and then we just have a goal. And this is how we are working together in this time and for a higher purpose. We volunteered. We are here to basically do something, phenomenal. And with that, the fact that we are part of a time that it's amazing in the time of the creation. This is a time that the mayhem, or I would say the trouble that we have had in our universe, which is not only on planet Earth, it's in other physical domain too. So through the universal councils and planet Earth, for the first time, we're going to be witnessing a unity, that we all races, we're all going to be united. We're all going back and get rid of this warmongering, and the fact that planet Earth has been basically captured by this behavior, which is the end of it. Mr. Cash says, even one of you, if you reach to the point that we can be reach to the point we can actually change and lift not only planet Earth, but we can also lift the entire universe, because we can create the condition so we enlighten everybody. So what does that mean if you look at it? You see, if I get to the point that I let go of my physicality, detachment, and I can shine just the way the Creator shines. You see, think about it. We talk about deuterium. Creator is a neutron. I can be another, proton and electron, like another. So it created a deuterium situation on two areas. And when Mitra comes, the physicality of Mitra creates that deuterium, creates that stability, creates that, lift, not only for planet Earth, it will basically the entire universe and unicos, because they are under the control or domain of the Creator, and another sun, another basically pole, you can say here on the physical part, which create that balance, and it lift everything. So, but then when you think about it, I always think about there's always somebody else who has to do it, thinking, oh, somebody is going to do it, but why not me? So any of us can do. So we have to think about, we do have the power because it's in us. Creator created us in his image. So we all have the power to do it, and we have to believe in ourselves and connect and make that strong and stronger. It was something that has taken from us, or we didn't believe in it. I think by believing in it and be connected and be more humble. And I think the direction is more humility and be more humble and connect through that line with others and have the self-love. And the more we practice it, we get closer. And that's what I'm practicing.
So everybody's welcome in the Farsi public teachings, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and you brought up Mitra. And I'm pretty sure you've been to one of the temples of Mitra in Iran, haven't you?
Yeah, I was there in Madrid last year. Actually, this year, February, March, we were there and we filmed it. Yeah.
Thank you. And I had found in a box one of these decorative plates, and you've seen them. They're not as big as a dinner plate. They're slightly smaller. And they usually put pictures on there of sports figures or trains or what have you. Well, this was a picture of a woman, and I thought perhaps it could be Mitra. She was very well bedazzled with these large square earrings of emeralds and diamonds and brown hair and brown eyes. So I went on the internet and I looked up some pictures of Mitra. And it was similar, but not quite in a way. But the most picture I found was Mitra sitting on top of a bull, and there was a dog barking on the bottom, and there was a snake crawling up, and it says Mitra sacrifices the bull, or Mitra sacrificing, and I'm sure there's more meaning to this, but did you ever see anything like that? That seemed to be the most prevalent picture that was displayed.
But Mitra never existed in physicality. It was the soul of Mitra. You see, the soul of Mitra came as a prophet. For example, the same thing. The soul of Creator could be comes as a prophet. Basically, the prophet connects to the soul of the Creator, and then gets the wisdom, gets the elevation, and gets the connection. Actually, that's why I said Mitra wasn't in a physicality. It was the soul of the Mitra who was on earth and traveled. But I guess the people or the prophets who were in physicality, or who basically conveyed a message, maybe that's what people show as a picture of the Mitra.
Yes, I was just wondering why Mitra would be sacrificing a bull. It just didn't add up in a way to me. But maybe that's just putting down the physicality in a way.
Well, I mean, people may be doing a lot of things, but I don't see any reason with it. So, I mean, look at a lot of religious things that they did. It wasn't the message of the prophet, but even if you think about even exampling ourselves, even today, because people don't understand, so they start fantasizing with other things, and also they start giving their power away. That's what we say. Even if we see another magician in the universe, we know we have the same essence as the other magician, but he's from another galaxy, or he has more information. But in essence, what's inside of me, both are image of the God. So there's no difference. So I'm not giving my basically be submissive to him and I or serving him. No, I would serve the Creator. So, but I think humanity, they gave the power to others and want to be, subordinate to others, and that was the way the life was, and they saw themselves as small. But now because of the science that we have. So we understand, science, we understand plasma, atom, and physics. So we understand the science of creation through that line.
Hello, Mark.
Go ahead, Jefferson, please.
Hi, Mark. Hello, everyone. This is Jefferson Rodriguez from Brazil. Mark, I would like to say one thing about this, what you said about. I was a few months ago studying about Mithras, as Mr. Cash is telling us, to try to understand it. And I was looking for the history, but I think that it was a movement to destroy the knowledge around 3,000 years ago. They created a bow with the scorpions and dogs and
yes,
and they just yes, it's very interesting because they have no records of it. So what they did, they created few images in stones, and then they dig it into the ground to be found few years later. So when they found this, they could have the wrong idea of Mithras when goes forward.
Very
but
good
I think,
example, yes.
yes, that's what I was reading in a text, and I think Mithras is well before that, but they created to make a confusion and to destroy the history so they could take this over. And the other thing that I'd like to say, that's amazing. Thank you very much for all of you. It's amazing teaching and the knowledge sharing. Hassan, Alex, Ezra, Mark, everyone, Jalal, and Marie, just to say a few of teachers that we have and the knowledge spreader. And as I understand that the last knowledge seeker workshop, the 407, Mr. Cash said for us to start to make a time on Wednesday, maybe then the Monday. But I understood, if I understood correctly, it should be 6 o'clock, but in the morning and evening as well. And I was just wondering, as we were talking about, or Dean was talking about as well, how we can connect with the strength enough, because all of us, in my vision, we are thinking in plasmatic way, in different strength of knowledge all day long, because we are interacting with our gases and the fields. But I think that we could do it every day, since from now, at 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. every day. And everyone who can do this is not to be some obligation, but if you in Brazil would be at 2 p.m. and 2 a.m. And that time you could take a few minutes and to elevate, as someone in Japan would do in a different, it's the same time, but different inertia of this transformation, maybe on Europe or Medium Orient. So we're gonna have the same strength or the same common denominator, but in different inertia in the world, in many times, many days. Everyone that feels free, just go, and you can elevate instead of doing just one day or another, just every day. that we can. Of course, sometimes we are working, sometimes we are not able, but we know that someone in China or someone in Iraq, someone in the United States or Mexico is doing this. You know, it's just one view. And another thing that I'd like to add about the connection of the universal cup. I received, I was just open the YouTube, it appeared the Knowledge Seeker workshop number 144th. And after I watched this Knowledge Seeker workshop, where Mr. Cash teaches straight about the tritium and contained neutron from the principle universal line, I changed many things in my cup. In the physicality through the connections, understanding a little bit more what he wanted to say about the strength of the communication light from the neutron. That's amazing. That's it. Thank you very much, everyone. As always, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jefferson.
Thank you. One of the things I want to point here, a lot of people starts comparing the teaching of Mr. Cash and what he has brought with the religion and with Buddhism and things like that, and constantly comparing that, oh, this is yeah, it's very similar to this. You see, what Mr. Cash brought us, it's far more advanced and beyond all the religions and everything else we have read. Mr. Cash has already taught us everything we need to know. Everything is right there. And we don't need to compare, just try to understand the science of the creation. That's all we need to know. And don't waste time or trying to go there to say, oh, this is very similar. And so as if I'm trying to, compare it. And I think this would be more of a waste of time and also a hindrance learning, but trusting, because everything is here right now. The way I see it, the time has come. This is the time, and all the information we need is right there on the table. Mr. Cash has taught us very clearly, and it's all there. So it's us that we need to go and learn that. All the other tools, equipment, universal enhancement, vertical, horizontal, all of these are toys. These are toys for non-believers. These are the toys for people outside that they're not aware of what we're talking about, what we're sharing here. But soon they will, because through our connections, when we connect through the soul, we could basically give the same knowledge to them, bring the level of understanding much higher. And that's the key. And the equipment, the tools for those who bring them and teach them, bring them to understand the knowledge of the Creator. That's what I believe. But when we can travel through our soul, do I need a spaceship to travel with?
Thank you, Rasan. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there someone else who'd like to bring something else up? I noticed you did have your microphone open. Let's see, who was that? Jason, are you still with us or did you leave? Did you want to make a comment? I did close your mic. It was open. We had two mics open. So I did close it. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I did not realize my microphone was open. I apologize.
No
thank you for
yes.
A great afternoon, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. It's all of us now. It's all of us. It's not just Mr. Cash anymore. Alex or anyone else?
Mark. Hello, Mark. I just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for allowing me to present today and for joining us at the North American Corona International Team meeting. An outstanding meeting with the high level of input that we got from all the knowledge seekers and teachers. And it's just absolutely wonderful. From this vantage point, it's a beautiful picture. And I want to thank you all very much. We are in the countdown to the peace process, and we'll have a few very important meetings between now and next week. And I look forward to meeting you all next Sunday. And so I'm going to sign off and hand it over to you, Mark. Thank you so much, everybody.
Right, and I just want to encourage everyone to come to the One Planet, One Nation, One Race. The Universal Council will be having a meeting tomorrow. I'm sure they'll be announcing things in the One Planet, and we'll probably meet Wednesday at 6 p.m. at least to get started. And with the, in addition to the spraying, we will be actually opening up our souls in a certain way to connect. And we'll be hearing more about this as time goes on. This was one of the requests of Mr. Cash. And I think it's a right way to go.
Hi, may I ask, sorry, because I'm
Yes.
just
No,
jumping.
it's fine.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to ask tomorrow what time it will be.
Well, tomorrow's meeting is for the Universal Council members and the Universal Council supporter members. Even though we're all Universal Council, I guess to go to that meeting, you have to be sort of designated. I usually miss it for one reason or another, but I will try to be there tomorrow.
So it's not open to everybody?
I think it's just for the Universal Council members, which they even have a separate meeting. And then they also have another meeting with Universal Council members and Universal Council supporters. And of course, even though you don't have any letters or anything, I always felt we were all Universal Council. That's in a way you're here, but there is a reason for this designation. And,
Okay, it's okay. Don't
but you'll
worry.
find out more on Tuesday when you join, and then into Wednesday and so on, where we need to be open 24/7.
Yes, I think that is about 28 peace meeting. I think so. I have the feeling like this. And
You said it's a 28. What did you say?
yes, 28th November. It's Vienna Talks 5+1.
Yes, I think,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
they'll be getting underway maybe the 24th informally and then formally on the 28th.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to interact what Mr. Hassan said. So first time when I understood that all we are connected and even correlated, it was in my family because of my religious background, and after at school learning about quantum physics. So the good news in science is that we have a unified field, and all we are connected. So everybody knows this, and this is good news, but we have to acknowledge to everybody. Spirituality says the same things, and science also the same thing. So what we need now is to create unity on this earth based on the knowledge of the science and on the knowledge of the religion. We have Mitra, and this is genial explanation with the unique soul, which make different physicalities on the earth and everywhere on the unicos. I think that is genial. Mitra. That's why I love Mitra, because she's a sign of love and unity. We cannot have unity without love, and we cannot have peace without unity and love. So just to finish, so we need this new model of society here on this earth based on the unified perspective paradigm of spirituality, I mean theology and science. Both of them found the same truth of the creation. We are all related and linked with the creator at the soul level. And what is soul? Soul is a field, and this is a unified field, soul, primordial field, at my knowledge, as far I understood. It's an illusion separation. Nothing is separated. All we are united, and we are correlated. And correlated with the creator. Spooky action at distance is a correlation with the creator, at my understanding and feelings. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's enough.
And it's amazing, the more you absorb, the more you can absorb, I think, in this knowledge. As soon as you, as Hassan said, when he reviewed those 170 knowledge seekers workshop or whatever number in that area 15 or 20 times, and then he went back and reviewed it again, and he sees what he didn't understand the first time. So as you gather more knowledge, I think the more knowledge you can gather, and we're all growing at different rates and speeds into the knowledge of the universe. So it's a very beautiful process, and everyone is approaching it and growing into it, but we're all growing into it. It's just that at different rates, and there may come a time where we're all understanding the totality, which I think it was mentioned to us that mankind is on the verge of understanding the totality. And it must apply to the rest of the creation as well. I don't think the lions and the ants will be left out of it per se. But of course, we'll see as we move along here. Is there anyone else who wants to add anything else? I do want to respect the time of the Europeans, which it's already past midnight. I want to thank Mr. Kesh for joining us and adding field strength to the meeting. I thought perhaps because you were traveling, you may not come in. We say you carry the knowledge of the universe. That's why we love to have you here. And we all carry this knowledge of the universe, but you seem to be able to access it quite readily at any time in any position.
You're trying to get me in. Good evening.
Of course.
Good morning. No, we are very busy at the moment with a lot of things which is happening in the background. And as you know, in Austria, we are on a total lockdown from tomorrow. And a lot of needs does not affect the companies and the workforce in so many ways, but it affects the number of our work people. But we are trying at the same time in the background as advisors and working through the 5+1, which starts this week. We try to bring some sanity to an insane situation at the moment, as I call it. And heavily involved in this situation, and I can show you maybe one or two things to see how prepared we are getting, because we are part of the foundation. The Keshe Foundation offices across what we call organizations around the world are setting out to become what we call the flag bearers of new condition, and we will see revolution in structure of Keshe Foundation worldwide. We have set out to create peace. We have set out to create condition for peace, and needs what I call resolute decision making, to know in what you do is for what we stand for. And as you have seen, you'll see it today for the first time, the Iranian flag next to the Austrian flag is written in the Keshe Foundation exhibition center. We are ready for negotiations, and we are preparing the whole ground for it. Even today, with the permission from John, the flag of Iran for the first time has risen in United States. It's not easy, but we make it very clear for all nations that Keshe Foundation is independent from any government. And we stand to bring the change. And at every center, every factory which Keshe Foundation operates, every health center, an Iranian flag will be risen next to what we call the flag of the nation. You have seen previously the same, what we call flag in respect to Keshe Foundation in Iran. We are not making a separation, but we are making as one nation. And this is the whole purpose. This is why we are so deeply involved in what we call negotiations, and it will stay the same. It will not change course. We are part of a structure to bring change, and as the head of the Keshe Foundation, it's my responsibility to see this through. We have the position and the condition to make that change. And if we don't do it, who's going to do it for our children? Who's going to bring the change for humanity? When you listen to talks of Hassan and to the talks of Jalal and Alex, we are all getting to that point. We're all getting to that understanding of the what we call our work to be part of the same, not any different. We do not make separation between nations and nationalities and all sorts of things, which we as one nation organization have to watch, and we are guardians, we are not the owners. We have to see this process through. We have no choice. We worked so long to bring this condition forward, and now it's literally a waste if you let it go, if you don't honor what we stood for. And we are involved heavily in what we call every aspect of the work of the foundation to bring this position. We communicate with different organizations, we communicate between different governments, and we will see this through. We will see this through. The negotiations are back on track in the what we call the Keshe Foundation, and we have to be resolute. We have to be there to deliver this work. There's no other choice. We have no choice. We stood by governments, we stood by nations, and now it's time to bring the fruit of the time. What is and how we will bring this forward? How would we? How can we as an organization like Keshe Foundation allow things to happen and become passive to it? We cannot be. We have to, not as individuals, but as part of the bigger organization called Keshe Foundation, deliver the ultimate goal, which is world peace. And what is set for us and what we set ourselves to will bring us a lot of change, will allow us to bring that change. And to what extent we'll become one, to what extent we'll agree to submit ourselves to all sorts of what I call pressures, all sorts of attacks, because we are right. Today, from one of the leading companies in the world, I received a message. We read about you so much on the internet. We do not care. And what you do, we respect and we support you to achieve what is the goal of the foundation. When you see these acts, when you see these people at the highest level now have become totally what I call isolating themselves from the attacks we've been under and how we go through things, it makes you wonder why we are here and how we have stood in the test of time. We have truly stood the test of time. As a Keshe Foundation, as individuals, and we're still there. We haven't left the camp. We have not left the organizations of the Keshe Foundation. When we see things, when we move to bring that change, it has to be 100% commitment. And we are there, we are committed. Even now, late hours of the night, we are still waiting for instructions from Tehran in what is the next step, what is to be and how we have to handle. Everything has been prepared for what I call the ultimate position. But how do we deal with the world leaders who are bent to create war? How do we deal with the world leaders who are bent to destroy the life of the others for their own gain? We are set to bring the change, but to what extent we are prepared to stand for it. How do we allow everything to be done to us? And you're all what I call North Americans. You have stood the test of time with us, and now is time to make the final, what I call final phase at this phase. This is not the end. This is not what's going to be finished. We have started, and when we look at the conditions we have created to be able to raise the flag of a nation in another nation for peaceful application, when even the nations are at war through science and technology, it brings a lot of pressure. it brings enormous amount of pressure on the world leaders. And we are there. We will go resolute and we will win, but there is no doubt about it. When we work with the structures which are working with us to deliver technologies, deliver what we call finances, to deliver know-how, it's amazing. Now we used to be individuals and was a cash foundation. Now we are supported heavily by governments because we, like you in these teachings of today, from all over the world, people can talk and share their knowledge without limitation. And this has shocked the world leaders. You have to understand that everything has been hidden behind patterns and secrecy. And you knowledge seekers, the only secret you have, I think, is how to get to your soul. And that if we teach you that one, then I don't know how we can tame you, how we can control you. And this is what is part of our work. And when we sit, when we watch how you knowledge seekers work relentlessly, spreading knowledge, teaching the knowledge, this brings us to another dimension, to another position. It's not easy, but now in the next few days, we will see in the most abnormal places, in the most remote places, you will see what was considered to be as whatever was made to be, like the way they made us the worst thing on this planet, the Keshe Foundation. The worst, what they try to make of a nation that puts its flag and shares knowledge. This is a change. This is what we are here for. And if we can, all of us, go to the next step and make a bigger changes, then we have achieved it. Then we are truly have achieved what we came here for. And in the next few days, we are extensively involved in a number of ways with the peace negotiation with Iran. We're involved with other parts of the Keshe Foundation, which you most probably will hear more and more, that we stand the course of time. And we are there to bring all the nations of the flags together. In Iran, we carry the flag of the Keshe Foundation because it's home. And in Austria, we carry the same. And now United States. And it's literally every nation is our home, as we are one nation. And the government sooner or later will yield to this. They have no option. When members of the 5+1 walk through this corridor in the coming weeks, and they see on the land of Austria the flag of Iran representing the knowledge and technology, you will understand what changes will come. And this is what the beauty of it is. And we don't change color. We stay loyal to the nation we serve. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cash,
Yes.
this is Ed from Indiana. Just a few minutes ago, you talked about the knowledge seekers being able to take the next step to bring what we need. What is it that we knowledge seekers need to do as the next step? What are we to need to learn?
It's not learning, is be ready to teach what you know for the others to build on you, on your knowledge. We don't claim anything. And in a way, the way it's set up and the way we'll pursue the peace talks in Geneva, in what do you call it, in Austria, in Vienna, it's very simple. We're not threatening. We're just telling them what you're missing. It's a big difference. Up to now, the negotiation has been on the basis of threat, fear. Now on, the negotiation is on what you are missing, what you're left behind with, that you want to have. And we work on those bases, not by fear, but by what I call two things: one, greed of the man, and one, by man understanding his left behind. It's a very powerful position. If you have shown this last week or in one of the teachings, when you put the heads of negotiations on a table and you tell them, you explain to them one simple thing, that what you boycotting for, you already boycotted yourself from knowledge. What you are boycotting for and creating so much mayhem, what have you left yourself out of? We are very clear about sharing knowledge. At no time I've been told or instructed by the Iranian government to withhold technology from the West. Even when we went to the Iranian leadership and asked for the biggest enemies of Iran in time of need, our sanctions to support. And this is against all the laws of the West. When the Israeli Prime Minister was in coma, and we helped to bring the Belgian girl out of coma, I sent a written request to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran through the Iranian ambassador in Brussels, request permission to support the Israeli Prime Minister in coma. Usually it takes weeks and weeks to get response. The response came back very quick. He is not a politician. He's a man, and every man should be helped. And that was an instruction I received from the Iranian government, even to their biggest enemy. And if you check the press, you will check the Israeli Prime Minister that week was moved to home to be supported by the Keshe Foundation technology. But the rabbis and the rest would not accept an Iranian nuclear peace technology to go to Iran, to Israel. And then they brought to testing in what you call Belgium hospitals to check, confirm that yes, they can get their prime minister back. No time in past years working with the different offices of Iranian officials have been told to withhold technology. Never. And this is the beauty of a nation which knows his power and knows his strength, not his weakness.
Yes, I remember, not at the time, but later on, where you mentioned what a beautiful opportunity for peace between these two nations, and you said you were denied because they could not have a son of Iran bringing a Israeli prime minister out of coma, which we knew you had done before. That was shuttled in a way, but that's a shame that it was, but it was all used to create the good later on. But yes, I remember you mentioning that.
Mr. Kesh, I will be there at the soul level. I have the feeling that they will have finally shame of all what they did and continue to do. We elevate their soul and consciousness, which is a second soul, to realize that we are one, and if they do something bad with a fellow, with a brother, with human being or other being, is like a boomerang you do to yourself. If they will understand this, I think that they will change the behavior or the discourse at theoretical level, at least. It's enough. If they will change the discourse, they will also change the reality. Hopefully. God bless you, Mr. Kesh. I love you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come in here? I know, and again, it's approaching 1 a.m. in Europe. Jalal, are you still with us? I know you have to get up early for a class.
You didn't hear me snoring?
Oh, no, you had your mic closed, I guess. Does
No.
this mean we're going to have an opportunity to practice separating from the physicality before we're actually forced into it?
Imagine you have this ability with your with the monkey brain. Need a little bit more time.
I have a proposal just to make an exercise now and make the same exercise when the talks will start, to send the intention to the universe, to the creator, and also to feel it in our heart. How to be, when you feel peace in your heart, in your soul, And all the planet will feel the peace at the soul level. And the soul of the planet is in peace. Because we are the soul of the planet and we are in peace.
Mark,
Yes, Dean.
Hi, Solomir. Can I just, it's Dean here again.
Yes.
If I can just quickly say, thank you for those beautiful words. That star formation that we see there in the exhibition center, creating this wonderful condition of, I noticed tonight in the night sky, the star over Linz, the very bright star that this wonderful star was incredibly bright tonight. And I think the conditions of this star formation and the soul of this star and the soul of the free plasma that's being created by this incredible knowledge and the peace that it's bringing. It's not bringing, it's here. The peace that's within and present in this very moment is being established now across all continents. This core, like I spoke about earlier, is extensive and creating this condition on this planet, and it's here in this very moment. And I'd like to thank all of you for being present and bringing about this condition with the field strengths that you've contributed with, and the beautiful core that is Mr. Kesh and the beauty that he's brought. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. You know, I was wondering, what is this light of plasma? And from my birthday on 18 November, I look on the sun and star formation just appear on my vision. And in the middle, the free plasma, but it was not a sphere. It was like a plasma without regular form, and start to have all the colors of the spectrum visible from the protein of our eyes, human eyes, and at the end became white, but I didn't see yet golden. So it was a sign from the creator and the answer to my question to Mr. Kesh about this light of the plasma. Anyway, plasma is also light, and light is also plasma. I was so happy that the creator answered to me. And I think that this light from star formation, this plasma, free plasma, is a solution for these peace talks. And at the soul level, we can create this dome of peace by this plasma, free plasma. And all these people which will gather there, they will feel on their soul this peace. And feeling peace, they will create peace with words and feelings, emotions. Will be like this. Let's feel it.
Okay, I think we're about to bring this meeting to an end, even though I don't really want to. It is very late for many of us, and they've been in the meetings for a long time. And we were going to try to make these a little shorter, but I think we'll end it here. Mr. Kesh has given us some very positive indications about what's going on. And we just ask the world leaders, don't cut off your nose to spite your face. It's an old say. But it looks like by sanctioning, they're just going to be sanctioning themselves. So let's not step on our own toes. The opportunity is laid out. The peace plan is laid out. Everything is in front of you. And all you have to do is agree to it. And I know the spirit of the soul of the emotions of the Universal Council will be working with you as well this week and next week and continuing on through these negotiations. So you will feel that emotion and that spirit touching you to do the right thing for all of humanity, no matter what the cost. So we want to thank everyone for joining here today and elevate the Universal Council and their intentions of what they're about to help deliver on this planet. And we support them fully and we follow their guidance. And I don't think anyone else could have done it. Maybe one of the other generals could have volunteered for this mission, but I think you were perfect for it, Mr. Kesh. And no one else could have organized this entire planet in such a way over 20 or more years to bring us to this final position of it's all there, it's ready to be harvested. The fields are full and the workers this time are not short. So thank you all. I am going to play tomorrow's future and then the final disclaimer. If anyone would like to add anything else, now would be the time. And again, I just want to respect everyone's time. And thank you for coming in, Mr. Kesh. I know you were traveling this week and it might have been hectic. I don't know if it was a local travel or international, but thank you so much for appearing with us.
Thank you very much. I just request from the Universal House of what we call it, the council, to support the soul of the members of the negotiating team. There's nothing we can do. We know that it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of pride. There's no man would like to say, I have made a mistake. And no man wants to be ahead of the other one without justification. Just not only the Universal Council, all the members of the Keshe Foundation as a family, because the outcome of these talks is not just Iran. The outcome of these talks is freedom of knowledge and technology. The outcome of these talks is freedom that all of us can reach a point that scientifically we agree that the knowledge of the man is respected by the man and not what is written, the piece of paper and protected by. And hopefully, we'll see a breakthrough. We are very, very hopeful within the next 3 months to achieve a breakthrough with the negotiations, and we do everything possible. You got to realize, cannot be only the wishes of the Keshe Foundation that we get what we want. We got to get what is good in long term for the whole of humanity. The process is not just getting withdrawal of sanctions or getting reduction in sanctions for another technology, but is to accept that every man's knowledge is respected and not be taken for ransom or killed for. And soon we will see the changes. And soon we will see all the past rigmaroles will be over. What we've been to us was normal, it become abnormal. Just knowledge seekers around the world, and especially in Universal Council. We need the support to go through this, and Keshe Foundation might very soon in the coming days call upon the core team of the Keshe Foundation to meet for the first time in a long time, to be able to bring that last push whenever is needed we call upon your courting and the courting members to bring the support for that change. Thank you very much. And I hope and I wish it will be a successful time for all of us in every way, whatever we do.
We are present.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. It's Dean here again. I'd just like to say we are present, and that star over Linz can be seen and felt and experienced in Vienna. And it is present in every moment. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you all.
Yes, it's called A New Tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, here we go.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle, and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal. And the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the Creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of my listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.